What's up? Welcome in. I like that there's a race to get to the stream first. I saw you both about the same time. Technically, my stream is showing Lone Wolf first. Sorry. The stream itself only shows in the chat one person. That's really funny. HXN official. I have the record. I have it. I knew. That's alright. I appreciate you both being here. Alright. How we doing? Is this light gonna be like black? I assume that the camera can't project that straight at you and make it super bright, but I'll double check. I have some shapes. I've got a cone, and I've got a sphere, and I've got a cube. And so I was gonna practice with these since I have them. And if anybody has ever been iffy on like what to look for when setting up their own observational drawing setup. We used to do that a lot in high school. My teacher would just like make me, this is Dusty. He would make us like go home and set up an interesting composition of objects and then organize them in such a way that it becomes fun. I'm good. Thank you for asking. We are drawing shapes for like probably do an hour. I have a cool timer, but it's dead. I didn't charge it. So I'll just use my phone. We've got some shapes that we're gonna do for like an hour, and then I'll probably work on some animation stuff. And just try and get some chipping away at those, getting those done. I want to get those finished before I start any more YouTube videos. I mean, they'll go up on YouTube, but you know what I mean. Breakdowns and anything. I gotta get them out of my head, because otherwise I'll get distracted and never come back to them. And I don't want to do that anymore. So, we're gonna do this. So, it's a little difficult. How did I have those? I think I had this. Kind of sandwiching those. Can't see it. Let me, I guess I can take a picture. And then other people can draw along. And then I'll move the light source around too and do different, like, direct light, and still, because that can be difficult with certain objects or like shapes where if you've got like direct light on something, it looks weird because there's no contact shadow. But there are still subtleties that you can pick up on to delineate that. And I'll get into like bounce light, and we don't have subsurface scattering because these aren't like fleshy, but struggling with body proportions. Well, I can tell you that shapes can help with that, if you believe it or not. If you get the cube and the sphere down really well, then you can do pretty much anything in the body. It's just a matter of like sharp versus curved edges, and just compositing all of those in a different way to make the body up. Proportions will come with like perspective and depth. So that one's a little more complicated. I don't think I'm gonna get into. We could venture into perspective with a cube or two. We'll just play around. We'll do whatever is necessary. We'll take a vote. Who would rather do like values and shading, and who would rather do like perspective? I got mine set up to where it's big head, small body, long legs. Is that on purpose? Make it a poll. I don't know how well I can do that. Shading comes first, I think, right? Shading would be more just for rendering. Perspective would honestly be better for like a groundwork, because once you want to get the line work done proper, and then you can render. Some people are, I'd rather work on rendering, and then, because some people like to see that. Audiences like to see like fully rendered stuff, as I'm finding out, because I like to do just line stuff, and people don't necessarily like to see that. But me personally, I think that's the basis for a lot of good stuff. Sorry, I'm cleaning my keyboard. Bunch of dust. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by values. So value being like just the shading. So like, my ball's gonna roll. Put this on my glove. So if I hold the cube like this, where it's flush with whatever light source is coming in, I've got a light over there. When it's flush with that, you can't really tell that there's any value other than just whatever the light is projecting. But then if you skew it, you can see that there's several different values on each side, because each side is receiving a different amount of light. So, well, wrong side. This side is getting less of that light. I'm working a camera and it's bad. This side is getting less of that light. So this side has more value, or more light to it. And then this is a different value in shading. And then same with this. This is different than this side is different than this side. That's all it means by value. And then specifically with a sphere, it's easier to tell because there's gradation based on the shading. Although I'm only getting the light source from camera, essentially, so you can't really tell what the gradation is on there, but it would be like on this edge. When I hold it under this light and I move the light over here, you can kind of see. Unfortunately, it's far away, but this is very bright and this is in shadow, and that's the value. Not like worth, not money. Yes, how dark it gets. So yeah, trying to find the range from the darkest black in the scene versus the lightest white in the scene, and that mid-range is the value. I don't have Discord right now. Adding color, even base color, helps art stand out more online. That is very true, as I'm finding out. People really like my painting of Sonic and now Blaze. I'll have to get the tails eventually. Gotta watch the kids. I'm being chased. Catch up with you. Okay, yeah. See ya. Take care of your kids. Alrighty, right. We'll just do some values, and then I'm gonna do like I think I want to do different ways of shading. So like hatching versus like a more painterly approach, just blending. I don't prefer to blend just because it's so. My art teacher used to tell me not to blend because it was like a cop-out, and it doesn't really teach you how to see those values. You just kind of default to like, this is shady, so I'm just gonna gradient it out. But there's nuance to those gradations. For example, you can't really see it because I have my shape set up down here, but where these shapes overlap with the way that I've set these up, you could in theory just do a gradation, just a general whatever, but there's interaction between the cube bounce lighting this backside of this sphere, so you would think the sphere is just a basic gradient, but it's actually brighter than this middle part. I'm gonna pull the camera so you can see. Come here. Uh-oh, did I turn it off? No. Okay. POV, me staring at shapes for 5 hours. Okay, so because of this light over there, it's being projected over here. You can see that this starts to get shady, and if this cube wasn't here, it would be more shady. But you can see in between, this is actually brighter than this middle part on the circle, on the sphere. because the light is hitting this edge of the cube, or this surface of the cube, how that's bright, and it's bouncing back onto the sphere, right? So it's something that you would lose if you just assumed that that was just going to be darker. Same with the sphere onto the cone. There's a little bit where it's brighter, a little bit right there, but then it's darker because this sphere is projecting the shadow actually back onto the sphere, or onto the cone. I keep losing my shapes. Anywho. And then this side of the cube is just kind of... However, there's also bounce light from the desk, because I have a glossy white desk, and so that also bounces up and hits the sphere. So there's a lot of nuance when it comes to how you can depict other shapes interacting with each other, and you got to keep that in mind when you're doing like body proportions. There's also more nuance with body proportions and skin specifically. There's something called subsurface scattering, where because our skin is somewhat translucent, the light will go in and then bounce back out, and so you kind of have, let's see, since I'm in that intense lighting from my desk camera, it's a little bit on this edge of my finger. I'm trying to point at it with my other finger. Right there, where you can see the light is coming back through my finger a little bit, and that's subsurface scattering. All right, back on the mount. Let's see if I didn't fuck up my entire setup. How are we looking? It's more or less where it was. Cool. Well, I left a like on the stream. Thank you. Mine was the opposite. They made a shade and shade and shade. One of these days, you should use one of those drawing websites where multiple people can draw on a canvas. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, we should do that. That would be a fun stream. I'd like to make sure that we had, like, a decent amount of people in, because otherwise it's just me and, like, one other person. Not that I don't want to draw with one person, but, like, I feel like it would be a fun community thing to have, like, a day dedicated to that, where everybody can participate. Yeah, I haven't done skin in a while. I need to do, like, a full render. I need to do more people. I don't know. I focus more on animation, so I haven't really done, like, rendering, per se, but, after I did my landscape, I was pretty proud with how that turned out, and I did okay with, like, Sun Dapple and stuff, so... I think it's just a matter of having a certain observational eye to be able to hit certain techniques. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna draw some shapes. I'm gonna scoot these, because I just want to do a basic observation. Set a timer too, so I don't get too hung up on shapes. Because as much as I want to do them for the weekly, I do want to get other stuff done. I'm actually going to stand back here. And I'm just going to rough in their relations based on the observation, the angle that I'm at. This is like a perfect square. That's too big. Really tall. Let's see what we got. I don't even know which brush I'm using. Oh, something else I meant to warm up. Something else I meant to do was something that I had my teachers teach me in art school was that when you're doing shapes, it's a good idea to just like genuinely just fill a full page of your sketchbook just drawing circles to get your hand used to that motion, and then try and make different sized circles just perfectly without using any guides. Right? I'm gonna put these on a different layer. Just to get your hand used to that motion, and then, you know, doing the different sizes also helps you learn how to move your whole arm to better capture certain shapes at different sizes. It's important to not just use your wrist, because then you can actually do damage if you're not using several different muscles. What did I do? But in just training that motion, you can get the feel for how to do different things, and then, you know, like I've said before, sometimes I'll actually rotate my canvas because I know that my hand moves a certain way, and so if I'm trying to hit a curve here, it's easier than if I had my canvas regular, because my hand's not used to going from like a crooked top angle all the way back around. So, you know, if you develop your hand to move in a certain way to make these shapes, and then recognize that you can move in that way repeatedly, it helps you with like being consistent and also knowing where those shapes are gonna go. Just having that built-in hand-eye coordination is nice. Just sort of slapping things down and seeing if I like it or not, and then keeping if you do. Yeah, that's art. Cubes as well. Hey dude, what's up? Hey, welcome in. How's it going? Or we'll save. Now, they are touching, so I need to fix that. Just going back into... It actually comes pretty far forward. Yes, it is a circle, and then it goes back into circles. Correct amount of overlap. I feel like the circle is bigger too. I keep saying circle. Sphere. It's a sphere. Cube's pretty solid though. And then, because of the light source, but the source is like here. So it's shooting off this way, and so this cube, it's here, it's actually catching this light here, and then cutting that shadow like right where that meets. I also don't recommend doing what I'm doing, where you have your drawing pad over here and your object over here. You should probably have it here. I just have my setup so that my cords cannot move. So, usually you want to just have your canvas here, and then just, peek around. And that's what, when artists do that thing with their thumb, where they're measuring proportions, they're actually like, you use your feet as your base, and then you extend your arm while your shoulders are fully just like resting, so that you have like a stability point. You're not moving proportionally. And then you hold your pencil, and then you measure with your thumb on your pencil, and then you look back at your canvas, and then you see where that is, and you do that back and forth so that you keep that proportion, and you have like a rigid measurement tool visually. That's what that is, if you didn't know. What is happening? Because I have touch on freaking canvas. Looks like it's off now. No? I don't know. So this is all shadow. I'm going to draw over that. Let's do... brush. I usually do Vine charcoal when I'm doing like observational stuff, because you can do pressure and edges and such. And somebody was in the Discord today talking about drawing skulls, and I was helping them. And so I kind of want to follow my own advice and just do values and not harsh edges. But I am going to use this as a guideline. Oh, thank you for subbing. Welcome in. That looks... yeah, sure. And then this would be essentially just white, right? And so from here, what I'm gonna do is... hold on. Sorry, I want to make this... each of these sides, because they're all flat to the light source, are almost essentially the same color, minus the bounce light and such. So I just want to capture the value first, and then we'll move the bounce light, because this cube actually has, like, because of my background over here and its radius to my my lit display, it is actually receiving light from other sources. So I will cover that in a second. But essentially where I'm going to go from here, since this is just pure white based on the light source, essentially, not fully pure white, but in the grand scheme of this whole setup, this is catching the most light. And so I'm just going to leave this white, but to capture that without, drawing the edges, I'm going to draw something that's darker than it behind it, so then you see the shape without drawing anything in that shape. So the circle actually hits its shadow right here. So that's there. And then there is the gradation on the circle here. I keep saying circle, it's a sphere. I'm looking at a three-dimensional object. Watches, thank you. Appreciate you watching. And then the cone is actually receiving, from that light, really harsh shadow that it's casting on the sphere. And then the sphere had a natural gradation anyway from where that light is being obscured by its own form. It kind of blends with that cone and then comes out here, which is helpful, because then you can tell it's got like a... actually not doing it justice. We do textured eraser. Wish I had fine charcoal. Ooh, you know what? I think I can do that. There it is. Let's see what we can do. I immediately switched back to the brush. Why is that not glow? There we go. Now I got a textured eraser. So rather than blending, I can just kind of dial it back. Blending works too, but, you know. By the way, what do you think about Blue Sky? Not a huge fan from what I've experienced. It's mostly just like memes and, you know, it's replacing Twitter in that it's got all kinds of stuff. There's memes, there's news. I feel like the art gets lost in it. I don't think that's where most people receive their art as a main source. So, just my personal opinion. I appreciate that they're like an alternative at the very least. I would rather people be there than Twitter, but I hate Twitter, so, you know. Yo, finally got a stream. Just joined the Discord as of last week. I appreciate your feedback on my animation. Absolutely. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. And thank you for sharing your animation. That's very cool of you. Takes a lot of guts. Just to be an artist, essentially. It takes a lot of, you know, it's scary to put yourself out there like that. Alright, let me get this cone shaded. Because there is some bouncing shadow from the sphere. And this is all just a basic, you know, just one of those. And then there's kind of a line, point of contact, where it's actually darker, as if it was a sharp edge, where the light is being cut off directly by the shape. And it kind of expands as it goes down. And then it gets a little bit brighter. And then this front edge is pretty much as white as this front edge of this cube. Go. This is rough because I'm not used to using this brush. If I was using actual Vine charcoal, I think I would actually have a better time because I'm more of a traditional artist in that sense. But we're just gonna go back and forth, you know, we'll test the limits. Kind of keep edging back and forth. Not edging. And then, something interesting is that the desk that I have is glossy, it's reflective. So even though this light is hitting it directly, it's not fully light because it is reflecting my ceiling. And so my ceiling is actually darker. And so the table, in reference to the objects, is darker, which is interesting. So I can use that as a reference for these shapes to showcase where these edges are receiving all the light and are lighter and not have to fill them in because the background is technically darker, and so that's going to draw this edge for me, and that will define the shape. Sometimes you can draw a line without drawing a line, right? Oh, too dark. I'm trying to find the good midpoint with this pressure. I think it also has something with like the tilt brush. So this is all just like a generic fill shade. I'm not going to draw the background. I'm just going to do like a midpoint gray. And then this is receiving that shadow, which is almost as dark as the backside of this. And that goes for pretty much wherever these shapes are. Now I can't really see that background except for like right there, and then a little bit where this sphere is. So we're just gonna fill that in. If that's showcasing those. This is sending a shadow here. And that will emphasize this front edge where this is getting most of the light on this sphere. This is pretty much just a hard line. But it is getting some bounce light here. So this is actually lighter than back here. Might cheat and start blending. I don't have the wherewithal with this brush. Just go slow. And enough to get rid of the guidelines. Let's do some foreground shading. That's where I would blend the background and just make those stand out with the texture. I don't know. We'll play with it. I think charcoal is the best brush for anything. I do have a charcoal brush. Maybe I should do that instead. It's too late. It's fine. Let's see how that looks without that underline. You know? Gets the point across. And there is something interesting where cube hitting the ground here is kind of, it showcases that the edges are curved because there is like a contact line where it's darker than the side of the square, the cube. Square. Keep saying square and circle. We're gonna blend. There's a tiny bit of gradation on this back end of this cube. It's a little lighter up here. I have a bad habit of going a little too much with value. Just because I like high contrast stuff. This is going to be that. Yeah, I guess that is more drastic. Or is that in relation? I think I'm tricking my eye because it is glossy, so it is projecting the cube's shading very muddled through the glossiness. I'm encountering an interesting issue. There's subtleties to this value thing. This is another reason I prefer not to blend, just because it then you lose that texture. I like the texture of the drawing, or the charcoal, the brush. I know it's digital. I like the fine charcoal texture too. Going to find some of this. It's pretty sloppy over here. So there is actually a pretty hard edge where this is making contact. And then this shadow is darker. And this is middle point. Is actually lighter than here and here. Because of the bounce light off the sphere. gonna try something. I'm gonna duplicate this and then blend it and see how I feel about that. Then I can go back in. Oops, burn tool. Just to have a basic gradation, and then I can go back in and texture it. But I think it's not going to work because I'm mostly struggling with controlling my brush. This is still dark back here. It's actually really dark back here. Don't know the shortcut for blending. That's how little I do it, is I don't even know the shortcut. And then, I don't know, cube's fine. Same shading as this all the way back here because of that cone. So that's going to help delineate that top of cube from the background. Contact shadow is pretty dark. I think a mixture of crosshatch, sketchy shading over top of the smudging can add some depth. That's a good idea. We'll do that. I'm also going to try and darken this. Some cross-hatching. Sometimes I can get away with just lightly shading to not make it so obvious that I'm cross-hatching, just because that's an easier way for my hand to move. But I have to forego that here. I'm not going for anything fancy. I just wanted to catch the values for the most part. Although it would be nice to showcase the difference between cross-hatching and smudging, blending, that type. Why did I not do this foreground? Learning that the angle of the brush is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well. Which is nice, you know, I'm not used to it. Just to lay out the scene, so you've got a differentiation in where the object sits versus stuff in the background. One thing I don't know where to start learning is how to render. Like, render anything. Skin, solid surfaces, liquid. I don't even know where to start learning. That's a good question, because I am not the person to... As you can tell, I am not one for rendering necessarily. I really just like line work. Line and shape are more my forte. And I think that everybody has their own preferences as to what a final product looks like for them. I don't generally care too much about rendering, because that is an entirely different subset of what it is that I'm doing generally. However, I do know of resources that are helpful for said rendering. And I do know that I want to get better at it. I think that's an important skill to have, for sure. Similar to how I view, like, animation as a whole, where I don't like compositing, but I really enjoy the actual act of, like, storyboard and in-betweening. There are different stages of the process that I like, but I recognize that I am unequipped for some of them, and that they're all important. So, give me 1 second. Let me just smooth this out real quick. What I'm learning is that I have the observational eye necessary to see where I'm messing up. Whether or not I know how to fix it is a different story. Let me point you in the right direction, because I might actually have a resource that you can access. Probably should have just done a background and layer and left it be. We'll play with it. It's not a final product, but that does kind of help lay it out. So, what I have is a book called Color and Light. So many books that I haven't even read yet. Alright, we're gonna do a magician trick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Everything fell. Perfect. Color and Light. I'm trying to get the flare. There you go. Color and Light by James Gurney. And as far as I'm aware, because I have not, again, read this book, it is all about rendering. Talks about, I'll just go through the glossary. Is there a chapter breakdown? Yes. Tradition. I guess it's just talking about, like, masterwork, paintings. Sources of light, light and form, elements of color, paint and pigments, color relationship, premixing, visual perception, surfaces and effects, atmospheric effects, lights changing shadow. Nope, sorry. Lights changing show. And then the index. So, I would recommend this book if it's rendering that you want to do specifically, because it has, like, under each of those chapters, it talks about direct sunlight, overcast light, window light, candlelight, firelight, indoor electric light, street light, night condition, luminescence, hidden light sources, cast shadow, half shadow, occlusion shadow, frontal lighting, edge lighting, contour jour, contre jour, French, reflected light, spotlighting, local color, gradation, tint. Like, it's got a lot in here, and it's just talking about, it's got examples of like how certain traditional paintings cover these. Each of these topics that he covers. Oh man. An entire chart of pigments. I'm gonna whip this out whenever my friends are like, "You're colorblind." I can go, "Bleh. It's a blue purple, not a purple." Anyway. Interesting that a lot of these have a bunch of reptiles and dinosaurs and stuff. These must be his. These might be his paintings. Because apparently he had a dinosaur book too. Some of these are just like studies that he's done. I'm not saying that I have this in a digital form, or that it's something I suggest. I would never suggest piracy, ever. But I do know that there is a way to find books digitally, searching on Google the title of the book, and then free PDF at the end of it. If that were to happen, golly, that would be a problem, but I would never. I have a physical book. I don't need to. I just know that that's an issue that somebody might have, but I would never encourage it. What's this? This underneath? Anyway, it's a good book. I've had that recommended to me by several other YouTubers. Not directly, obviously, but in videos, people will put it in their description several times. Very cool. That's kind of why I asked specifically people who are good at rendering don't really remember where exactly they started. That is where I would recommend you start. It feels like, based on just flipping through the glossary, which I should really read that book, considering I have it, it seems like it's a pretty good breakdown of like step-by-step process of how you would go about realizing rendering. And you could probably just follow along and make different paintings based on each of those topics, and then by the end of it, you'd probably be really good at rendering. Curious about rendering. I noticed I'm staying in my comfort zone and not pushing my abilities. Yeah, I am the same way in that, like, I get fixated on, a thing. And so I think I need to do more of what I had just talked about, where I experiment with like following along with that book and doing different helpful like experiments or exercises in what they're teaching to get better at it. But yeah, that definitely helps. Reptiles come in a lot of colors, makes sense. Yeah, that's why, probably. There's a lot of nuance to light and color that people don't recognize, and even I didn't recognize fully how that book is pretty thick. Like, it's probably like 150 pages, if not more. There's a lot of nuance to rendering, which I am, again, not the person to talk to because I have not read that book yet. But maybe one day, maybe after this exercise, I'll realize how much I need to be humbled. Alright, let's look back at this. So I have a strange happening going on with where this cube is meeting the desk here. Because the desk is glossy, it's reflecting down, but because the cube is darker than the shadow, the reflection, which is light, is darker. And so I've got this interesting overlap, and so the cube is actually down to like here. Reflecting down into there, and then very faintly there's this back plane being reflected. And for reflections, generally, because it's not a mirror, it's a rough appropriation of one. As you get further back in the reflection, quote unquote, you lose some details. So like this is is generally just darker, but it's a lot more vague, as opposed to like the surface, where it's a little bit more detailed. Anyway, so this part is light, but it's actually darker than what's receiving because it's an overlapping of first the table's darkness, like just this area right here, because this is an inherent darkness from the table reflecting the ceiling. This is darker than the reflection of the square. So when I overlap the lightness from the reflection of the square with the darkness of the table, it's actually lighter than the rest of the table. So like this area is going to be darker than the immediate reflection of the cube. Which is about there. So this is all going to be dark. Smudge some of that out. And then this area is actually lighter, so I'm just going to erase and then smudge. Because it is still darker than the actual reflection on the cube. This area is the lightest because this is overlapping with the darkness of the table. But it is still lighter than the actual table. It's receiving light from the cube in the shape of a reflection. I'm encountering a lot of interesting interactions. Maybe a reflective desk was not the move for this study. I will learn. Alright, let's erase. It's very subtle. It's gonna look real nice when it's fully rendered. A little bit of darkness. And then there's not really a contact shadow there. It is just the difference between those values touching. the perspective on this going back into space from the reflection. There's a lot going on here. Try shading with white to capture that lightness. Erasing works to get that brightness too. Yes. Should probably. I'm gonna say I should probably work on a grayish background, but alright. Just playing around. Having fun, you know? On this backside. So there's a lot of overlap happening because along with this reflecting into this, there's also this overlapping shadow. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values that are all different, all right next to each other because of the way that this is working. I gotta discern all of them from each other. And I'm really glad that the cube is in the back, because this is just one flat color, one flat color, one flat color, one flat color, one flat color. As opposed to if it was a sphere, that would be a lot more intricate. I'm genuinely just looking at it and trying to figure out what to do. Okay. Certainly darker than this, I know that. It's almost like a puzzle. And I like puzzles, so that's good, because otherwise I couldn't be an artist if I didn't have patience. Like, that is probably my greatest strength, is that I have grown a lot to have patience. I didn't used to be very patient, but art taught me humility and patience. Alright. That is pretty subtle. I might leave it there. Because the table actually kind of matches this area a little bit. Honestly, quite a lot. I might leave it there, where it's mostly the same, with some slight variation. And my desk has scuffs on it and stuff. Like, this is not a perfect one-to-one representation. I'm more focused on the capturing values. Okay. Now the shadow is interesting because now that I'm looking at it, I think the desk is actually darker than the back of the cube. I definitely went too dark. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna erase throughout and then blend. Get an approximation of what color I'm going for. Can you imagine somebody who's so good at art that they can just see something and capture that value perfectly first try? That ain't me. that is definitely better. I was just high on that. Background on the cue. A little better. Like perfect pitch, but with values. That would be sick. Yeah, I don't even think I have eyes good enough for that. Oh. Well, that's an hour. Here's what we have to go by. What are we feeling? Do we want me to do more shapes, or do we want to move on to animation stuff? I can also move on to, like, hatching, you know? I can do different variations. I intended to do, like, perspective and stuff with cubes, but this took a lot more time. Rendering is hard. So, I'll leave that up to you guys, because I'm content to keep doing this, actually. Feels wrong. Angle on that sphere is off. Yeah, it's better. I think my initial sphere was probably just disproportionate. I'm getting carried away. Where are we at? What are we feeling? It feels so incomplete, though. To study. Being incomplete is fine. Yeah, I did learn some. Oh, you want to keep going? Look how the artist gets sucked into the work. Watch as he doesn't look up. Yeah. No, you're good. You guys are good. You can argue. You can argue on my behalf. That's fine. I totally just like, yeah, that's an hour, and then just kept going. Yeah, I think I'm sucked in. I think I'm gonna give it another. Let's give it another 30 and see what I can do. Let's duplicate this layer so we can go back to. Oops, not delete. We can duplicate this and see how far we've come. Set up another half an hour. All right. So I've got this curve. Here. So it does kind of come around the front. And then this is there. actually lighter because of the bounce light. This gets real dark. So that's where those are meeting. Fully in shadow. This. That. There's actually none of this. It's just fully white. Well, there's a little bit of nuance to that, which I might get to, but it's pretty much direct light. But then when we come back around here, then we get some more shading. Where everything is landmark wise. This needs to come down. It doesn't help that I keep rocking back and forth. Change my perspective. If you want to see rendering process, we did finish that. Yeah, that was probably an okay rendering example. I would actually recommend I don't remember which number it was, but there was a stream that I did, I feel like I'm crooked. I feel like I didn't mount my camera back right. Where I did my Irish project that I'm working on. Irish folklore project that I'm working on in the background intermittently. Where I rendered the gravesite. My family gravesite. That was very cool. At the very least, it was cool for me to look at. But the rendering process, I feel like, was a lot more succinct. I think that one was like 3 hours. Don't remember which one that was, though. It's a big ivy thing, and I think that's the thumbnail, so if you did want to look for that, an example of me rendering. That one was a little better, I will say. It is kind of crazy how this one is more fucking me up, and it's even less objects to deal with. I kept that a lot more loose, but because of all of the objects in that instance, I feel like it distracts the eye enough that you can keep it kind of vague. But here, there's only 3 objects, so if you fuck one up, it's really easy to notice. This is also like here, correct. This comes here. This needs to be up higher. See, if you get your proportions correct the first time, then you don't have to worry about trying to fix it in post. that. Do one big smudge, see what happens. Just kind of contain it. Kind of worked. Made it fuzzy, but that's okay. I'm going back over it anyway. Button. There we go. Let's get a little better. This is still kind of oblong. That feeling. Committing a massive faux pas by not just like looking at the objects in front of me. Dude, why is that it's just fully moving stuff instead of blending? Better. My strength might be too high. I'll go down a little bit. I'm trying to refine this edge real quick. Certainly better. Okay. This one's probably harder because you're trying to make it mega accurate. If there are more objects, the brain will accept it even if it's looser. I would agree. I think that's probably a good idea of how that works. I had advice myself. Again, I used the slap it with paint method. I'm self-taught, so I barely know words to express what I do. Yeah, everybody's got their own technique, and that's kind of what I'm also experiencing is like, I have the verbiage, I just don't know. I don't know what works for me yet, so I don't feel comfortable fully relaying like this is the way to do it. You know, I have no authority on this. I am simply learning. I am not going to be. If you followed me for somebody who knows exactly what they're doing when it comes to art, art is a very vague term. So I know exactly what I'm doing in certain things, hand-drawn animation to be specific. But even then, there's still some nuance there. Like, I don't know exactly how to do impact frames without researching it, but I know how to research it. So I can give you those tips. And I think the same goes for, like, painting. Like, I don't necessarily have the tools necessary to do it myself, but I do have the tools that I can then give to you, and if you're better at it than me, which I'm almost positive anybody would be, then you too can learn. Back to the cube. I think I should clean up the... Ooh, getting pixel level. I think I should clean up the... that little line helps tell a story. I'm gonna clean up this cone because it looks kind of jarring now that I've smeared everything else. I didn't smear the top of this, but actually, I kind of just flit around. I'm noticing. I just don't stick to one thing. I get distracted easily. It's like, oh, that looks bad, and if I don't come back to it now, I'm not going to remember to later. I need to do it now. Which ultimately does work better for me, as opposed to if I were to just do the thing that I said I was going to do. Because I would totally forget. This is kind of how my Vine charcoal drawings would go in college. I would start with very harsh lines, and then I'd just eventually refine them down into these smudgy messes. I think my problem was that I never went back over them after I had gotten the values properly to really fill in the overlaps. There are certain contact shadows that are pretty dark and just like a very specific line that can tell a lot. Let's blend these and see how that interacts. Let me see how much time. I feel like 15 minutes. It called me. It's not saved. This area is actually a little lighter than up here. It's pretty dark. It's like a very direct shadow, and I think it has something to do with, well, narrowing. So the value scale is becoming more compact, and so it looks more harsh, but it's actually just you have less range of value because you have less surface area to work with. I wouldn't have thought of that unless I had used this cone. So cool. Like, it quite literally is like just adding value as it goes down. That's the only way I can explain that. Does that make sense, or am I insane? Do I sound insane, rather? I know I am. I don't want to sound like it. that's away from sphere. And that's something else I forgot to do. In college, they would have us just color the whole page. We would just take our fine charcoal and just smudge the whole page just with a generic, like, just so you had a gray background rather than just pure white. And it really helps with delineating value, because most backgrounds aren't just pure white. And so it immediately helps you shape your contour lines without having to actually draw contour lines. So, kind of what I did when I went around and smudged the background, but should have done that first. Now this is just kind of messy. Fix this up for sure. For sure. Strength back up to 50. Both insane and knowledgeable. Yeah, I'll take it. Here, I'm imagining it like this. Do I have a slinky? I do have my slinky. Of course I have my slinky. Okay. Alright. So this is the top. This is the top of the cone. The very tip. Okay? As you move down the cone, this gradient expands. Right? So when this was just black and white on either end and the middle was perfectly gray, you get more of it, right? Like a slinky or a cone. You have more surface area, there's more gaps to fill in, and it fills more gradient. So it looks like there's harsher values up at the top and then less at the bottom. But it's just a matter of that surface area is being spread out, so it has to fill in those gaps. Anyway. Sometimes I'm glad I have my slinky on hand. So it looks like a harsh line, but it just keeps, expanding. I never would have thought of it like that unless I had been doing this exercise. So I did learn something overall. This has been an experiment. Alright, let me look at it again. Really move this down. strength effects. I'm sure there's some mathematical way to explain that, because these are shapes. And I loved geometry because it was so artistically inclined, where just like geometry is just the study of how shapes interact with each other based on the mathematic breakdown of how those shapes exist. So like how a circle is 360 degrees, you can translate those angles throughout various shapes. And so just in working with geometry and having that knowledge of like, this line is this, and I can see that with my eyes, but I can also translate that with math. So there's actually some things in geometry that you can translate to art. Like you can always find the center of a piece of paper if you just draw 2 straight lines between each corner, and then the middle point is where they intersect. Just because that's how math works. I'm trying to think of another example that I use a lot. I'm sure there's a lot with perspective, where like if you draw a parallel line with another parallel line, they'll never intersect, but with perspective they'll get close to it, and that just helps with the idea of overlap. But I'd have to come up with the exact specifics. Ramblings of a madman and his on-hand sleeping. But it does make more sense. Okay, good. I'm crazy and it worked. Open my eyes closed for some reason. It makes sense in terms of geometry. If the surface isn't perfectly smooth, the light has less space to bounce at wacky angles and mix into different values. Yeah, that's a good way. Alright. So we've got a shadow here, and it looks more like a reflection right now. So we need this. All of this is about the same gradient. Is a little bit of bounce light here, actually. It kind of curves around to here. And blends up into here. Something like that. And then we've actually got a bit more bounce light. This is lighter than the midpoint. Wow, I have left. That's why my thing is off, because my cone just grew. We're going interpretive. I mean, they are still kind of in proportion based on what I'm seeing. Maybe I just drew it wrong the first time. Yeah, the sphere would be a little bigger. Further down. Alright, let's rough in an edge here for... There's actually some bounce light from the sphere, which I wasn't seeing because my fist was in the way. So this part is actually brighter. So let's erase some of this. Smudge to make up for that. Let's come down pretty far. Not bad. Here. Smudge Bower. Oh. There's my other 30 minutes. But I think I'm good with this where it is. He says, adding more. Alright, let's do the reflection of the cone and see how we feel. Just so at the very least I have that succinct idea. This is my problem. I always go, oh, I'm done, and then not done. Not done. Ever. Never done. And then I never get any projects done. So, having fun. Having a fun time. Cone look. Well, I have a bunch of scuffs on my desk where that is, so there's no way of knowing. It's about even with the B square with the reflection. take a picture of it so I can move these and maybe come back to it. Alright, where am I looking at? Yeah, about there. Okay. I've got that for later if I decide to come back. I'm gonna move. Alright. Oh man. The end. Okay, so this was almost 2 hours, depending. Alright. I have to balance, got an exam. I'll catch you on the next back end or next stream. Awesome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Good luck on your exam. Or break a leg. I don't know. Maybe it's acting. Maybe it's an acting exam. Better place to stop. What it's worth. 2-ish hour timer. Reflections are looking crazy good. Thank you. Yeah, there's sometimes you just a little trick of the mind is enough. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I can certainly do more. But I'm at the very least glad that I was able to differentiate, like, this side of the cube versus the background versus the reflection background. And that's all just kind of one big shape. I go working on it again. Wait. Okay, I'm done. Alrighty. So this was 2 hours-ish. And then this was like an hour, I think. And this was like 15 minutes. I feel like I started this at, like, I should have written that down. This was 5 seconds. I'm comfortable calling this 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour, and then 2 hour-ish. Yeah, I should have fixed that sphere before I started on it, but whatever. Look how far they moved down. Oh, maybe that's from when I duplicated the layer. I don't know. It's entirely possible that I just shifted everything down. Anywho, let's do some animation. Save this. Yeah. Pretty warm up. Thank you. Just in its natural habitat. Okay, let's get Toon Boom up. Me. It's just memes. Always memes. Oh, I forgot to put that thing in the Discord. Sorry, I meant to put that to a vote and I just didn't. What's happening with my face? There we go. Oops. Did it again. Did it again. Hello, welcome in. What's up? Cool animation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This is not my IP, but it is my animation. It's actually a bunch of frames from a manga called Tower Dungeon. Took me a second. Tower Dungeon. And I just wanted to do an exercise where I essentially just storyboarded it out to see what it would look like paced out. And then I added animation frame. Because it looked pretty good as an animatic, but I decided to add some more. Will you be posting the animation somewhere we can see when it is completed? Yes, I will be posting this on YouTube eventually. It has some voice acting. I might need to get some people to do a line or two for me, because there's a girl character, and I don't really have that range, so I might have to get one of my friends to do it. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I still gotta compile everything. I'm gonna have to resync the sound just because Toon Boom does not handle sound compilation very well. And then I'll just put it up on YouTube. Probably Instagram. I don't know about. Maybe TikTok. But yeah. We'll be posting the animation somewhere. Oh yeah. I know that manga. Oh yeah, cool. It's really good. I was so inspired by it that I was like, yeah, I should do something, because I wanted to get better about animatics. And the style of the manga is like really cool. I really like the line art, the hatching. He does crazy backgrounds. I was trying to branch into backgrounds just for setting atmosphere and stuff. But yeah, that's why I decided to do that one. Very cool. And I love Dark Souls. It's very Dark Souls-esque. Not to claim that he ripped it off or anything, but it's just a very high fantasy, dark, brutal world. Hi, SpongeBob. I've always loved you. Yeah, I'd probably have one of my friends. I also don't want to have, like, I'm not just going to freelance that out just because I can't pay anybody. I'd feel bad. I don't want to do anything that requires like it's work, and so I want to pay people a fair amount. But some of my friends owe me favors, so I can make them do it. Or I just play around and audition and just, boost my levels, rebalance it, make myself sound more ladylike. I know you would be happy to help. I appreciate that, but I would not ask that of anybody. To me, if I were to fund some kind of animation, I would ensure that everybody was paid fairly for their time. I can't, in good conscience, do that to other people. Personally, I've worked on things for free. I get it. I get the idea to want to help people, but I can't, as a director, get past that idea of like, I wouldn't use interns. I would have co-ops where people would be paid fairly. Just me. I do appreciate it though. I have 2 German Shepherds that can go off at any moment. Yeah, they might be disagreeable. It's not too long of a voice line, but still, I'm just gonna roll with what I've got. Yeah, see, that SpongeBob was here. That's nuts. Didn't draw the back of the head this time. Must be famous if celebrities like SpongeBob are coming around. What can I say? I'm ready. I sure hope Plankton doesn't show up. I do a solid Plankton impression. My friends love when I whip it out. loop this so seizure warning, because there are some impact frames. Let's see how this is working. I'm going to show a little bit from earlier. Go from here. Yeah, we'll go from here. Why not? Alright. Brief seizure warning. Be aware. Okay. This guy. VTuber's eyes are stuck open. I accidentally hit one of my. I have some keyframe or what are those called? Shortcuts. Shortcut set. I apologize. I don't think I've seen him blink. I have a like an angry setting for if I'm ever paying attention when I'm screaming, and then I have a closed for if I was like away, I guess, sleeping, and then a wink. Wink. I never use those, and it only ends up ruining whatever I have because I'll accidentally hit something and it'll trigger that, and then I'll get stuck. That's fun. It is fun. I might slow this down actually. Just add frames. Select that and then just not copy it. That's exactly what happened. This up. It's gonna add more impact frames, I think. Although maybe I don't need it. Teacher warning. I'm gonna run through it again, see what that impact looks like. Hold on. I'm seeing something flickering. It's bothering me. Yeah, I think I need more impact frames. Is that black frame? No, there's nothing there. Whoa, I know it wasn't gone that long. No, we moved on to animation. I finished the shapes, more or less finished, quote unquote. I'll post it in the Discord after this, but I moved on to animation because I want to try and get this project finished. And no, this was not all done today. I've been working on this for a while. Well, first of all, that doesn't cover the whole screen. Also, it's off center. On a color layer, that is why that didn't go in. These two guys about to French each other. Crazy, you are amazing, dude. Thank you very much. Bro, I gave up on the first 4 frames when I started. Animation is hard, and also, this is from something. This isn't my IP, so I've been using this is a manga, and so I've been using the reference frames, each of the panels, as keyframes. And so then I'm just kind of filling in the gaps, in betweening-ish. But, yeah. We're getting there. It's coming along. Gotta clean some of this up. We're gonna do some impact frames. Oops. What do I want to do for an impact frame? I could do full screen, black again. Do I don't know what's gonna help. Invert. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to draw the slash progressing. Like a this. I'm gonna run that back real quick. Seizure warning. Be aware. Avert yawn eyes. Flagging. I don't hate that. I actually have too many frames there. Let's take one out. Alright, seizure warning again. Moment. Delete it. Alright, seizure warning again. We're going to test this time. Don't know if I need the full lead in. I feel like it's better if it's just 1, 2. Yeah, I don't think I need that. I might stretch it. Nah, I like that. I need more spacing. Seizure warning. 1, 2, 3. If I do in between right here, where it's just a straight beam of light. Alright. Seizure warning. 1 sec. 1, 2, 3. See what that looks like. Don't hate it. Fill in these gaps. Since off screen, I don't care about that. Up. I do like the little hop. There's like a little bit of a wave to it. Sometimes I know what I'm doing. I've been known to dabble in knowledge. Every once in a while, I am aware of what it is that I'm doing. Alright. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I will be back shortly. I just drank water. You should also drink water. Hydrate or dehydrate. I'll be back in like 5. BRB. We are back. By we, I mean me. I don't know if anybody else. This pose. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Nice to be back. Sorry, I'm trying to test something. The head, and I might just carry it over and add an extra frame. I want the head to like kind of float above the torso and then be one frame offset and then slam down when he comes back and meets. Boom. And then, yeah, I think I need another frame right there, so I'm gonna have to copy this stuff. Let's start with the end, actually. The decapitated. Actually, this one is fine. No. Here, then down. Seizure warning, I'm gonna run it back. I need one more extreme here. What I'm gonna do. Brush him in, and I'm gonna put it in white. Shift J. Yeah. I have one empty frame. Smaller. See what's happening. water. Hydrate or dehydrate. Hmm. Well, that's one big thing. Interesting. Oh man. Today I put a lemon in my water. Tasty hydration. That's a good tip. Get your electrolytes. I think there's probably electrolytes in lemon, right? There's at least vitamin C, and that's good for you. I know that. Keep you from getting scurvy. Okay. I think I can fix this. If I simply draw the silhouette here. Yep. Be in the correct color. Matches a little better. There was a way to make that like expand the copy paste. Be nice. I'm at least 50% less likely to get scurvy. Very good. Keyboard did not want me to put that in a full sentence. I translated it perfectly. Alright, where are we at? Oops. Yeah, we just... Okay, so now we can cut that. C, V, then just make all of this quiet. Repeat. Bam. Then I can go here. Oh, that's the one. Neat layer. Can't be that hard to fill this. It's a closed circuit, whatever. Well, my computer shit itself. There we go. Something else I don't fully like about Toon Boom is that a lot of the times when it's running calculations, it's not very good at finding edges, and so it takes forever to estimate where it wants you to, or where you want it to fill in. So sometimes I'll just fill in a gap, and then my computer will just sit there chugging along for like 10 minutes trying to calculate that, and then I just fucking do something else while I'm waiting. It always finishes, just takes a minute. Crazy. Probably because I'm using the Blackburn brush and it's got an edge to it. Well, let's find out. Yep, see, here it goes. And I can hear my computer chugging along. GPU is really cranking. Just gotta sit here and wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I was so close. That's how used to it I am. I know exactly how stupid it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I suppose I should draw him in white as well. What size were we at? I think it was 15. Beads. Stand up and stretch real quick. Sit down. Well, I did go pee. I realized I still have my light on. That's probably hurting my eyes. You guys able to see what's on the CRT? Right. Let's see if anybody can discern what that is. So I don't get flagged by YouTube, because if you can't tell, hopefully YouTube can't tell. It's in the microphone. It's nobody's here. Nobody's here, then clearly YouTube wouldn't care. Oh my god. What happened to my eyes? And my mouth. My mouth keeps getting stuck. Am I not here? Oh, you didn't answer my question. Did you not hear what I asked? I just assumed everyone left. I asked if you could tell what was on my CRT. On my TV back there. Because I don't want to get flagged by YouTube. So, if you can't tell, then YouTube can't tell. It's honestly like the perfect light outside to not be like shining in, so you might be able to actually see it today. Although it feels like the glare on the Galaga cabinet is kind of blocking the... Ah, I'm watching on my phone. Ah, then you'll definitely not be able to see. My camera's so small. No, not even 100. Even my laptop, it's tiny. Okay, cool. Then nobody cares. I'll try and play with my layout. I want to clean it up, you know, maybe give it an edge. God, what did I do to my eyes? Add a border, you know, just make it look a little more succinct and clean. Maybe like put the screen and shrink it so it's not the border of the edge of the thing. So then there's you know, you can see the tools that I'm using, you can see my layers, whatnot. I don't know if people would find that useful, but just add a little sprucing. All right, I'm gonna run this through. Seizure warning. Ready now. Yeah. Oh, wait, I offset my... When did that happen? Well, let's find out what got offset. Yeah, it was this. Oh. Seems tricky. Now I'm going to be staring at the TV trying to figure it out. There is no way you'll be able to decipher it, and that is my goal. I do want it to be a little bit visible, but not so visible that I get copyright struck, because it is a movie. Seizure warning one more time. I want to see how that lines up now that I not offset that. I'm getting hints now too? Yes. It is a movie. That is your hint. I think I need background here. What's this? This is good. Just need another in between here. Like, shit. I'm doing math. Math hurts my brain. Okay. I think what I need to happen. What I need is for the arms to come down at the same time as the head. So, like, I think this needs to be the down for the head. And then it can pop up when the arms start flailing. And then they settle. And this needs to be a drag still. This can be an in-between. This can be the down. Everything needs to move back one. Up. What is happening? They're overlapping. Good lord. Sometimes it just doesn't work it. Okay, now I want to focus on the animation in front of me, not what Epic shows on the TV. No, you can do whatever you want. For whatever reason you're here, glad you are. You can watch the show, you can watch Galaga just loop on the same frame, or on the same screen. This needs to be still. Can you imagine someone showing up to your stream just to watch TV? Yeah, sure. That's fine. That'd be fun. Oh, what's he got on today? Because I do have several different DVDs that I just want to cycle throughout until I get copyright struck by YouTube. That a Ghibli film? What gave that away? Maybe? Don't summon him, he'll kill me. I think I saw a big white wolf. Uh-oh. They're on to me. Merely an illusion of the eye. For the sake of copyright. No, you didn't. Of YouTube will be able to flag it just from comments. But yes, you are correct. We'll find out. And if that's the case, then I'll just stop doing the fun thing that I thought would be cool to just put a video in the background for people to glance at. I also do too. Every once in a while, I'll just turn around and be like, "That's the most interesting animation possible," and I can't match that, but here I am. If it wasn't a big white wolf, it wasn't a big white wolf. I don't know. I'll never tell. Alright. I'm gonna run this back. Seizure warning. If I fix that. Too fast. I do want it to be like might bring the this closer to no, because it's gotta accelerate, so it might bring it closer down. Yeah, we'll see. Me neither, lol. Alright, now I'm playing it back. Avert, yeah, nice. Yeah. Do another one. I do like that a lot better. I think I'm gonna do a further frame. 2, 3, 4, yeah. This. Do one more where the head is like back. run this back here. Like overlapping. Side of that. To be fair, there are other shows with big white wolves. Wolf's Rain had one. It's Wolf's Rain. I've never heard of that. Side quest. I'm gonna look that up. Ooh. That's crazy cool. Huh. Is it a movie or an anime? Oh, it's a series. Interesting. I'm sure there's probably a album. Oh, there's music. 4 Lone Wolves. How many episodes? More episodes. 30 episodes. Huh. I've quite literally never heard of this, but it has an 8 on IMDb. That's crazy. I have no idea how I've never heard of this. It's a hard one to recommend. Yes, an anime. Hard to recommend in that it's not good, or hard to recommend in that it's very specific. It gets weird. Interesting. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Alright, I'm gonna run this back, check this timing. Oh, I need to extend this. Okay. Running it back. Avert your eyes. computer's lagging. Not bad. I like those impact frames. Not in a bad way, just in a way that makes you wonder what I just watched. Ended a little sad. That's fair. I've been watching a lot of sad stuff recently. So I should probably avoid that for the time being. What did we watch? My friend and I watch a movie where we have an animated movie every Thursday. And we watched a really sad one last week that I don't want to not recommend it because it is a good movie, but it is also very, very sad. I was like, I don't know what to do from here. And on the way home, when I was driving home, and I had my phone plugged in, and I was listening to my songs, and Radiohead came on, and I was like, nope, can't do that right now. Nope, I will explode. That's not good. Yeah, that was a bad one. What did we watch? Where the Wind Blows. Very sad. Very timely, actually. But, I don't want to not recommend it, but I will give you the forewarning that it is very sad. Let's move to here. Saw something I wanted to move. You need a pick-me-up feel-good anime, I recommend Haikyuu, the volleyball one. Gotcha. More about friendship, team building, pursuing a goal. Yeah, fun as hell. That's not a bad recommendation. I have pick-me-ups if I need them, but I'm trying to think about. I don't really watch anything to get into a mood. I will watch something knowing that there is a mood to be felt. But usually I can, unwind from that just by, progressing. Like, I don't think I've ever watched anything and just been, like, catatonic. I don't think watching stuff makes me, like, unmotivated or unproductive or whatever. But I might need a good cry to let it out. I'm very much somebody who thinks that you have emotions, and those emotions have levels to them, and every once in a while you gotta let your rage out, you gotta let your cry out, you gotta let your laughing out. But there's just moments, you gotta build up to it, so. Because sometimes I'll just be at that level where I'm just like, I want to cry, and I don't know why. Like, I'm just listening to normal music, and I'm just like, somebody made this, and I'm gonna cry about it. So I'm just like, yeah, why would I not let that out? I'm at a point in my life where it's just like, who cares? Oh, no. It needs to not come back up. Thank you. They made a thing that has this emotion behind it. Why would I not feel the thing? Yeah, for sure. I've watched this 20 times and I'll watch it another 20 times. I'm trying to think if I have anything like that. The only anime that I think I've watched all the way through twice is Soul Eater. I've watched that through several times, actually. I watched all of Dragon Ball. I watched all of Dragon Ball Z. I watched all of Dragon Ball Super. But I don't think I need to watch those again. Like, you hit the moments, and a lot of it is, like, this spectacle of, like, where they can go to next. But there's no real depth to it. Whereas Soul Eater kind of has that, like, team building, world exploration, mystery, action. Like, it's got so much going on. And I think that's probably why it's one of my favorites. I also like the mythology that they incorporated into it. Like, every person is some, like, relevant mythological background, like Excalibur, Medusa, you know. Skip Beat. I'm angry because they keep teasing another season. What is Skip Beat about? I have not seen that. I don't even know if that I've heard about that. Let me put these on my list. I have a very long list of things that I need to watch. And I don't think those are on there. Haikyuu. Not haiku. Haikyuu. If there's any other anime that I've watched several times. I should rewatch Mob Psycho. Actually, I did kind of rewatch it because I was trying to get somebody to watch it and they wouldn't watch it alone. So I forced them to sit down and watch it with me because I knew that I would enjoy it again. Like, Mob Psycho is one that I could absolutely go back to. Cowboy Bebop, that's another one. Actually, probably all the ones on my wall. Mob Psycho, Cowboy Bebop, and Akira, absolutely. Yeah, Akira's... I mean, it's not a movie, or it's not a show, but, you know, same idea, I can watch that. In fact, I did at one point just set it up to play on my tablet when I wasn't animating. and I would just have that in the background whenever I was doing other stuff. Because I want to get so good at memorizing the movie that I could like draw a frame from memory. You just be like, what number frame, and then just that's roundabout where it is. I think that would be funny if that was my like party trick. Romance comedy about a girl who gets heartbroken by a rock star. She starts a career in showbiz to get revenge. That's a crazy response to having your heart broken. Is like, fuck you, I'll do it better. It's really funny. Fuck you, you're trash anyway. The shoulders should go down more here with the head, and then kind of pop back up. Absolutely. That's really funny. Alright, I'm gonna run this back. Seizure warning. Here we go. See what that looks like. Yeah, I think that looks better on the head. Adding that extra frame where it fully rolls back. It looks better on the shoulders where they kind of go down with the head and pop back up with them. Yeah. Even go a little more. Right, turn it back. If I right at this, separate them again a little bit. Back. Can't really tell. He'll probably cover it anyway. It's fine. Yeah. Close your eyes. I think that left arm is really successful. I think the right arm could use some work. Turn the back, seizure warning. about anime got me wondering, what inspired you to focus on animation? I started in high school with computer graphics and moved on to traditional art. And for my final project in traditional art, my teacher asked us all to pick a method in which we wanted to express ourselves. And I decided that animation was the best way to do that, specifically to capture what all I had been learning. And I realized in him asking what my favorite art form was, indirectly, what my favorite art form was, I realized that a lot of the stuff that I had been inspired by when making art was cartoons and things that I grew up watching, which was Toonami, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Adult Swim, that type of stuff. And I recognized that that was the most vibrant, the most accessible, the most interesting way to tell a story, because it's a lot more expressive than film, but it has the same reach. It has a deeper impact, in my opinion anyway. I know that there's a stigma about animation in that, like, it's just for kids, and that the Oscars don't take it seriously. Not that I regard the Oscars as like the end all be all is to what art is, but I know that they're very like anti-animation and they're really shitty about it. So that does perpetuate that stereotype throughout society where people don't take it seriously, and that's fine. It's cartoons, I get it. A lot of cartoons are very goofy, wacky, childish, if you will. But that's not to say that you can't accomplish something adult in that medium. Like, there's plenty of animated adult films. I won't say adult films, they're not like explicit or anything. Well, maybe they are. I haven't seen A Scanner Darkly, but I know that that's one that's like fully animated, fully rotoscoped. But that one, to me, is a little less of an animation, because it is kind of just like they filmed the full movie and then rotoscoped over it for a stylistic idea. Whereas, you know, with animation, you can literally make anything happen. Whereas with live action movies, you do have to work around certain parameters, which is fine, but you do have limitations if you're not just going to go full animation. And in some cases they do, with like Star Wars, where they had, you know, animated claymation for the AT-ATs, for the Rancor, for the Tauntaun. Like, they had to resort to forms of animation to make their live action movie viable. So welcome back. So to me, when that is the final answer to, well, we can't make this happen in reality, what are we gonna do? I guess we'll animate it. To me, that's like, why not just go with animation then? There's no reason not to. It is the catch-all to make something happen. You can take so much time. You can make every single frame a painting, and you could make a full-length movie, 2 hours of just individual frames that were painted, if you really wanted to, through animation. You have the potential, you have the capacity. It is entirely possible through the power of animation. Anything could happen. And that's why I like it. I could make every frame, I could take it all individually and just go, that's exactly how I wanted that to look. Because in a movie, you kind of just have to roll with it. You can make a certain shot look a certain way. You can find an actor that meets sort of what it was that you were looking for. But with animation, if you're plotting something out, you get to ultimately decide exactly what that frame looks like, to the end. And that's why I love it. There's so many instances of beautiful things that have happened that nothing else could even kind of imitate. So I love that potential. I love the capacity. Not that I'm doing anything groundbreaking here, but that you can make anything happen. Very fun. Very cool. You're not restricted by camera angles. You're not restricted by well, you are restricted by budget sometimes. But the budget is so much more like, it's a linear thing. The budget is exclusively like, how many people are working on this? That's about it. But for a movie, there's like, you gotta go do sites, you gotta go get your film, you know, there's all kinds of, you gotta get equipment, But with animation, it's like, I have a computer. You don't even need that necessarily. You could do it on paper. But like, the cost is so... That is not the focus. And that's why I think animation is... Another reason why animation is better is that it really is just time. You can make anything happen with the right amount of time. Which is where Hollywood becomes an issue, where it's like, it's not conducive to Hollywood because Hollywood's main incentive is money. So I really like indie stuff because to me, that means that if somebody is willing to do indie animation, that means that they are fully dedicated to that thing, regardless of the money. And then, you know, if they get a community and a following, then those people can pay into it and like, hey, make something else just like this because we support you, we believe in you, that type of stuff. That's awesome. I love that. I think the reason people prefer live action is because it's easier to connect with the characters. I spoke to my father about this a while back, and he said he had trouble taking animated media seriously. That's why I think character animation is so important. I agree with you, because, and that is a valid point, I've encountered several people like that as well, where I tell them I'm an animator, and they're like, oh, well, I don't like animation. And I'm like, cool, that's fine. Bad take, personally, but because when you restrict your mindset that way, when you're like, I feel like there's some propaganda to that. I feel like that stems from the idea that animation equals cartoon equals for children. Like, I understand the idea of like having trouble connecting to it, but I feel like that's a limitation of somebody's suspension of disbelief. Somebody's imagination is then limited, that you can't connect with it. And to me, that's interesting because it's like, do you talk to animals? Like, if somebody has a dog, do you talk to that dog as if it's another human? Like, no, we put personality into things. Like, it's not a person, but we can put person qualities on those things. You can personify something. And if you sell it in the right way, which is where I imagine you're talking about working on character animation, if you can sell it in the right way to a point where it is inescapably human, it is unquestionably, that is as human as it could possibly be, even more so than live action sometimes, in my opinion. I feel like I've seen animated stuff that is far superior to whatever they could have captured in camera. Case in point being that a lot of the times when you're doing an animation, you will act it out, and then you redraw it, and in redrawing it, you give it more life, you give it more expression, you give it more whatever. And so I believe that it requires that you break down that wall of cartoons are for kids. Because they are. But you also have to realize that the only thing that separates you mentally from that is that you have grown up and you've decided that that's childish. Like, to me, that's when people draw a line of like, they can't suspend, like they've suppressed their imagination. They can't suspend their disbelief anymore. And that's no fun. Like, what is that world like? What? I don't know. I have to be in that mindset of like whimsy. Like, you have to experience joy in life. So I don't know how somebody can like not find that joy in little things, like personifying a bug. Oh no, a bug just smashed into my windshield. He had a family. Like, you know? No. Watching the movie's over. And again, that's not an insult to anybody who feels that way in not liking animated stuff, not connecting with the characters. But I would question what it is that they've seen. I would like to know... There has to be another thought to that. There has to be a step further to that reasoning, because it can't just be, I don't connect with that. Because there are so many live-action actors that I can't connect with as people. They are unbelievable as whatever character they're portraying. I do not like Scarlett Johansson. Sorry, any fans out there, but she doesn't give anything to her roles. She's very dry all the way across the board, and that's fine. She's been typecast that way. Maybe that's to her detriment, but I need to watch Wedding Story, because is it Wedding Story? Marriage Marriage Story. Marriage Story, where she is more expressive. I need to see her in that role to see what her extremes are, to really be able to tell if she's just not a good actress, because maybe she's not. But in every other role that I've ever seen her in, she literally plays a robot, an alien, a secret agent that's been, mentally broken so that she doesn't have any emotions. And so, to me, it's like, I can't... If you can't portray the emotions in a deeper way than just cardboard, I can't... That's not believable to me. There is still range in that role, rather than just, hello, I am secret agent, whatever, I am going to kill you now. Like, I don't know. There's nuance. You lose that when you just glaze over it. Anyway, my point being that there are bad actors in real life who I would think would be less entertaining than something animated at certain points. I would love to know what people like that have seen animated-wise to have just blanket decided that they cannot connect with it. Like, again, like, pet rocks were a thing. People literally bought rocks and decided that that was a pet. Like, you know what I mean? People have pets and they talk to them and they go, woo. They have a voice for their animals so that they know that they're talking to them, you know? We personify non-living things, living things that aren't fully sentient, living things that are sentient but don't have the capacity of a human being, but we still like, you have emotions, you are a thing, you experience the same things I do. I don't know, let me catch up with chat. I do wish people who want to turn books into movies would look at animation more, like old school animation. Yeah, I would agree. There's a lot of, there's actually a couple that I've seen, like, recently I saw that, well, now they're making a new Animal Farm movie, but when I read the book in grade school, there was an old animated one that we watched, and it was pretty solid, and it really did, like, for me, being a visual learner, I really connected with the animated movie more than I did the book. So that was an instance of, like, yeah, animation, for sure. No shame to people who are capable of great 3D animation. No. I love some 3D stuff. Again, to me, personally, I feel like 3D is limiting in that you're trying to go for some realism, where to me it's like, well, I feel like we gotta dial it back. Like, you get so rigid, you're stuck with the models that you make. They can only be so expressive based on what you can rig. It depends, personally. I don't think my father believes cartoons are for kids. He likes Cyberpunk Edgerunner's story, but he said the animation was hard to reason with. That's very interesting. I want to correct myself. I wouldn't mind a 3D animation of a book. I really love to. Okay. I didn't assume that you meant just exclusively 2D stuff. He liked Cyberpunk Edgerunner's story, but said that the animation was hard to reason with. That's interesting to me. Especially because Edgerunner's kind of stuck really specifically to the Cyberpunk universe. In specific, like, in rewatching it, that was another one that I rewatched. In rewatching Cyberpunk Edgerunners, I noticed that they used a lot of the locations from the game and just, like, painted them as backgrounds and used them. Several instances of that, where it was just like a full painting from the video game. So, does your dad like video games? Like, my point being that, like, they color matched everything. Like, it was completely as thematically accurate to the show as it could have been in that medium, right? I don't know. Kind of forced him to watch with me. I love Studio Trigger. Studio Trigger is my favorite. Like, genuinely, hands down. Like, Studio Trigger, with their expressions, with their over-the-top animation, the dynamism of all of their actions and poses, and so good. So good. Is Trigger the one who did Kill la Kill? I think so. I love Kill la Kill. But the story is so good. I hadn't played the game at the time. My father had. Oh, so that's so interesting. So does he connect with video games or video game characters? I'm very curious. Your father is an intriguing person, and I've never met him. Kill la Kill. That's another one I could watch. I could rewatch that one over and over again. That one's so expressive and good. Oh man. So does he connect with video games? It's a really good question. Because that is technically animation. It's just animation with prompts. Like, you are interacting with the animation. You press a button and then an animation activates, right? Again, no shade. I am completely just fascinated by that mindset. Because, again, to just blanket cover, like, I can't connect with any animation is like, have you seen every medium? Have you seen, like... Because to me, I would imagine that somebody could connect really well with, say, stop motion if they needed more realism, because the lighting is very real, the rendering, everything is rendered very accurately, but it's not people. So that would be another question, is like, are there forms of animation that he prefers if he had to watch something? Would he be able to connect with, like, say, a slideshow of sorts with people just talking over top of photos, you know? Because that's technically animation. Like a collage type of thing. I don't know. This is so cool. He does connect with games, but he is the type to play games for the story. God of War, Tomb Raider, Cyberpunk, Portal, more recently games like Blueprints. Interesting. I think he has to suspend his disbelief less because they are realistic. Okay. My father-in-law is picky about video game graphics. He won't play Hollow Knight because it's too cartoony, but he likes the more realistic games. See, that I encountered... I worked with a guy recently who was very much that, where he really liked... he liked pushing the graphics capabilities of certain games. And so he would tell me about the newest, AAA, whatever. And he would play the game, but he would only get like 2 or 3 hours in, and he never finished a game. And he would just compare how it worked on his computer to how another game had worked. And he was like, oh man, the graphics were great. And I was like, but did you enjoy the game? Like, well, he was like, yeah, it looked great. And I'm like, no, you misunderstand. Not, did you like what you saw? Did you feel something? Was there any reason for you to have even played that game other than to look at it? Because you could watch somebody else play it. You could watch it on a TV. Did you enjoy what you did? And that is another root point of the animation to me, is like, that your dad liked Cyberpunk Edgerunner's story but couldn't get past the animation is so confounding to me. Where it's just like, so you could get past the animation because you did listen to what they were saying, like what was happening. And maybe you didn't like the style, and that's fair. There are certain styles that people don't vibe with. And again, anybody can have their own opinion. I'm not trying to correct him. I'm not trying to tell him he's wrong. But there's just so many, like, just to blanket say you don't like animation is crazy, especially if you play video games. And then because Blueprints, I've seen gameplay of that. That's not, like, hyper-realistic. Like, that's kind of cartoony. And so, like, where do you draw the line? What happened? I don't know. This is awesome. Bring him on. I want to talk to him. Okay. He liked Ori and the Blind Forest, which is super creative and artistic, which I find interesting. Exactly. That's my point. He didn't like Hollow Knight, but he thought it was stiff. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, Hollow Knight is just like that's just sprite work, Whereas Ori, I think they very specifically had like a physics engine to the animation where it would like morph as you interacted with the ground. So, both different animations, but still animation nonetheless. And they do just have different styles. So yeah. I don't know. My point being, it's crazy to just like completely cut off an entire genre. Not even a genre, a medium, because there are genres within the medium. You can have a horror animation, you can have a comedy animation, you can have an action animation. Like, you've entirely limited yourself just by how something looks, as opposed to what's inside. What does it say? Like, there are so many beautiful stories in animation that nobody has ever heard of. Like, I don't think a Western audience could comprehend Akira. Like, it's just not something that they have to... Their brain would not... They're like, there's no resolution, there's no good guy, there's no bad guy. Like, what? I mean, there's kind of, there's nuance, but like, nobody is truly good in that world, and that's kind of the... I genuinely just believe that Americans struggle with media literacy because we are so restricted to, like, Iron Man, like, he's the good guy, we're just pounded in the head by just, like, the most simplistic storylines, and it's like... And it's all realism. It's live action stuff that I've encountered where it's just like, this isn't... I don't like it. It's not... It's not saying anything. You just know that people are going to watch it because it's a name. There's a guy that has a face, that everyone else knows has a face, and he's good at acting. And so we'll just cast him there, and we'll make $1 billion. And it's like, well, what did he say? What did he do? Was the story even good, or did you just like the way he looked? I don't know. I don't know. He's a bit odd. I love him. I should ask. I don't think he's the type to cut off the genre. Okay, that's good. I mean, based on what you've told me, it does sound like he, at very least, like, you were able to convince him to watch it. I don't know. I feel like that's... I don't want to say it's like a cop-out for certain people to say, like, I just don't like that genre, because it's like... For example, me personally, I don't like country music. Anybody can tell me I'm wrong, whatever. I don't like country music. However, I understand that there is nuance to the genre of country music, and so if somebody genuinely showed me something and was excited to show me and was like, hey, I think you would like this, even though it's country, I would listen, right? And there are certain country artists that I know that I like Dolly Parton, like Johnny Cash, like, the classic. And then there's, like, country adjacent, where it's like bluegrass, or I like rockabilly, actually. Rockabilly is pretty solid. I don't know that I necessarily like bluegrass, but within those genres there are like subgenres, and so I don't know. Point being, I think it is important for, like, when people are telling other people about something that they might like, they have to recognize that there is... You have to know somebody really well to suggest certain things. Like, I'm trying to think if anybody... Like, sometimes I know, based on a recommendation... Like I will watch stuff that I know that I'm probably not going to like, with the knowledge that I'm not going to like it, necessarily. But it does then put into perspective more things adjacent to that I then will not like. So if somebody says, hey, if you liked this, you'll like this. And I'm like, I didn't like that, so I won't like this, So you do kind of have to experience some things to know what you would and would not like. So, based on what you've told me, it doesn't sound like he doesn't like animation. Just sounds like he has a very specific vibe as to what he's looking for. It sounds like he likes, maybe not even the realism, but the character. And so I would maybe boil his critique down more to... Well, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for him. But I know sometimes people don't necessarily equate the right things to not liking something. In my experience, I've had people who will tell me, like, I didn't like it because of this. And I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? And they're just like, well, just by this. And it's like, well, no, but take it a little further. What do you mean by that? And then it turns out that it's a completely different reason when you boil down that thought process. They didn't necessarily put it into the right words in their head, until somebody told them, like, that's not quite a reason. Like, for instance, one of the biggest things that I can think of, this is a little adjacent, but separate. If somebody doesn't necessarily have the language because they're not super involved in that form, whatever it might be, they might not necessarily know what it is that they're not liking until you explain it back to them what it is that they were feeling. And so, for instance, when people were playing Halo for the first time, when they were playtesting it, and they had people come in and they were like, hey, play this game, tell us what you think. People said, it's too easy. The computers are too stupid. So this is super easy. And we don't like it. And so the game programmers were like, okay, we can, we'll up the AI, we'll make them smarter, we'll do whatever. And they did. They made, like, the pathing better. They made the, when they would throw grenades, smarter, more intelligent, whatever. And it was still, same thing, they came back, still too easy. And they were like, what the fuck is happening? And then, all they did to convince people that it wasn't easy is they just raised the level of their health and their shields. They just made them stronger. And then people were like, oh, you fixed it. And they were like, no, we didn't. We didn't make it smarter. It was easy because of this, but you didn't put that into the right terms. You didn't tell me what it was that you were feeling was too easy. You didn't tell me they were too easy to kill. You told me they were too stupid. But you didn't even experience them being stupid because they were too easy to kill. I don't know. That's my best example that I can think of currently, is just like, sometimes people who are experiencing a thing don't necessarily have the verbiage to communicate what they could then relate to something else. Because to me, when somebody just says, well, I don't like animation, it goes, well, do you not like that you can't, like, in saying you can't connect to a character, is it that it is pencil drawings? Because if that is the case, then I hate to break it to you, but the person on the screen is actually burnt film that is being projected through with light. Like, it's not a guy. There's not a guy up there, So, like, what is it that communicates those things? What line are you drawing in the sand that in your brain goes person, not person, person, not person? And I like to find that line, because you can get hyper realistic animation, but, like, why? Like, if there's not a purpose to it, I don't understand why you would want to, because you can convey the same message in simpler terms, sometimes more expressive terms, because we are limited by our shell, being a human. So I don't know why we wouldn't just, like, do as many crazy things as we can to see what works better. Like, the guys who did Disney animation, they had to invent rules to it, expressions, and, I have the illusion of life on my desk, and that's one of the examples of, like, they invented a genre, and they had to create rules after they broke all of them to be like, this is how you make somebody think that this mouse is alive, but it's actually just a bunch of drawings on a page. Like, it's a facsimile of humanity, and to do that takes a lot of skill and effort. And so, I don't know, I'm losing my train of thought, but this is an interesting conversation. I'm trying to think if there's any other things that I feel so inclined against, or it's just like I won't even entertain that. Maybe like food. I'm kind of picky about food, but not so picky that I won't try something. And then I usually do my best to put into words like what it is that I don't like. Usually it's a texture thing for the most part. I don't like when certain textures interact. I don't like a crunchy with like a wet. Like that's a weird, like my brain is like, so I don't like tomatoes. Because if I bite in, I don't like tomato sauce for the most part. Because if there's like big chunks of tomato and I'm eating like a wet and then I crunch into the tomato chunk, then I'm like, my brain doesn't like that. I don't know, I feel like I agree with your line of thinking. He probably hasn't done the soul searching required to properly verbalize what he doesn't like about animated media he's consumed. And that's fair. You don't have to be like a critic when it comes to the media that you digest. I think it's just inherent to creating art, to then analyze art, to then know what it is that you want to express, and better ways to do that based on what it is that you see. And so I have a bad habit of being overly critical of things when it comes to visual media. And I have to recognize that in order to sell something to a consumer, say, because, viewers are consumers in that sense, it doesn't necessarily matter all the intricacies, all the ins and outs. But at the end of the day, it does have to be aesthetically pleasing at the very least. Like, just something has to be interesting enough for somebody to dedicate their time to watch it. So sometimes in going so complex, you do have to dial it back to, does this work on the most basic level? Does it work narratively? Does it work visually? Does it work musically? I don't know if there's sound to it. Does it work? Maybe you've got a character that has a really grating voice and that immediately turns people off and they're like, can't do it, don't like that character. And that is the case for a lot of anime dubs. I know a lot of my friends will not watch dubbed anime because they're like, the American actors are bad. And I'm like, not all the time. Sometimes they're really good. Sometimes they're better than the sub, but I digress. So based on what you've said, what did you think about Naruto versus Pain? I loved it. Did a wonderful job in my opinion, but most people hated it for being too expressive. I never actually watched all the way through Naruto. So, I am aware of the Naruto/Pain fight. I haven't sat down and watched it all the way through, but I have seen some of the expressive frames. So, based on that, me personally, I think it's probably fine. I don't... Because again, in that same vein of like, you have to make sure that the audience that you're trying to capture finds it pleasing. I think that probably broke a couple of people's brains because they were so used to Naruto being so rigid. Like, I'm gonna circle back to that. Naruto being so rigid, Naruto being, fairly predictable when it comes to animation, where it's just like, okay, we've got cookie cutter, whatever, they're talking, they've got two mouth positions, open and closed. Then moving on, they've got a walking sequence, and they've got 3 in-betweens for their, walk cycle. And then there's like one big action sequence. And, if it flows well enough, then your brain doesn't necessarily feel that it's breaking any anatomy. However, I will note that I have seen early Naruto. And in early Naruto, there were a lot of sequences where they broke anatomy, they broke sequencing, but it did it so subtly and so cleanly that you couldn't even tell. Like, you had to go frame by frame to notice it. And so, I can't fault anybody for thinking that is so clean and so perfect, even though it's really not. Like, it was not dirty, but like, it was messy. There was some stuff that's like wacky stuff. And it's good. It's cool. Like, but for somebody to be so snobbish as to like, that's too wacky. It's like, I don't know, man. Do some freeze frames from season 1. Come back to me. Like, a lot of snake person, shit, brain not working. I forget. Anyway, in the Chunin exam in the forest with the snake person, there's a lot of frames with that character in particular, like doing fast motions, doing close-ups, doing really strict dynamic POVs, and those are wild. But yeah, I think that it's silly to just be like, ugh. I could see maybe their critique being like, Pain was built up a lot to being this big bad, and so when you make him less less serious in making him like, move goofily or overly stylistically, it does kind of break that immersion where it's like you've built him up to be this, peak character that's a big problem, but then you draw him in a tutu or whatever. I know that's not the case, but like when you consider something to be silly and then you put a character that's supposed to be taken seriously into this category of something being seen as silly to some audience, then it does become easier for them to lose that sense of whatever you were trying to uphold. So if Thanos was twerking, harder to believe that he was going to destroy the entire universe. You know what I mean? Like, harder to believe that, because that's a different way of building that immersion, building character. Not necessarily realism, but in the sense of like, based on his portrayal, based on his character, that you're trying to make him out to be this ultimate evil, and then you break that either by making him kind of nice or whatever. It's harder for the audience to believe fully. So that's where I feel like maybe people who saw the Pain fight and were like, well, this sucks, it was because they had hyped him up to being so perfectly evil and perfectly bad that then they couldn't see him in that instant. And so that's what they meant when they said they didn't like it, rather than not liking the animation. It's not like they didn't like the animation, it's that they didn't like how the animation was executed to uphold what they expected of that character, right? And that's kind of what I meant when I said people don't necessarily have the verbiage necessary to explain what it is that they don't like. It's not that they don't like the action, it's that they don't like some thing that happens and they don't necessarily know how to express that. So like, again, they don't like the animation. It's not that they don't like the animation, it's that they don't like how that animation broke their vision of that character, right? But they don't know how to put that into terms. They don't know how to say, this character is so evil and so, rigid throughout the rest of whatever you've seen, that to put him in that scenario breaks that immersion. I think probably what people uphold. Again, I haven't seen it. I haven't watched up until then, so I don't know how his character was built up. I don't know if that's exactly the roundabout way of saying it, but that's what I could imagine being the problem. Based on what I've heard, based on what I've seen, I think that's probably more likely the answer, is that people just didn't know how to express, we didn't like that he was in that scenario being wacky, because he's not a wacky guy, right? Alright, let me go back to chat. Because if that is the case, I feel like it could be played well to accentuate him as a character, like the Kishin from Soul Eater, where he is this portrayal of ultimate madness and evil at the same time, and so they put him in wacky scenarios, him putting his skin back on, him eating the ultimate weapon or whatever. Like, he's a wacky guy, and they've portrayed that from the outset, so it's fine. But if it was like Ganondorf, and then he pulled on his skin, it might be less convincing, because he's not, well, he is kind of, he's not like a mad god. I don't know. Bad example. Dubs are thought to be bad because when it's Japanese, it's easier to come to terms with how ludicrous the situations are. If it's in English, it feels cringe. That's an interesting way to put it. Me personally, my view on subs versus dubs is that, because I'm an animator, I like to see what it is that I'm seeing on the screen rather than having to look at the animation happening and then look down at the words. You know what I mean? Like bouncing back and forth. You can miss frames of things that are happening. Dialogue during combat, hate that. If I had to read it. But if I can see what's happening, like I would rather every once in a while the mouth not match up to the actual dialogue that's happening. I would rather have that than have to look up and down and potentially miss the action that's happening, whatever the main plot point. If I miss that animation happening, hate that. Because again, looking at an animation, sometimes, as much as you're only seeing a frame for a split second, sometimes one frame can like change the entire understanding of whatever scene it is. If you miss impact frames, that changes the impact quite specifically. They're all there for a reason. Like, there's a reason that I'm limiting the number of impact frames I have in this scene, is because I want to deliver a message in a set amount of time. Like, I'm very specifically, impact frames are a time when there is a lot of intent behind them. So if I were to miss even just one single frame, could change the entire impact of it. And there's some cool stuff people will sneak into impact frames where there's like, I feel like in newer One Piece episodes, they like sneak in like a dragon in the background of somebody based on their power being like dragon based or whatever. I don't know. But there's just little tiny hints that are awesome that you might not catch initially, but like subliminally, you're like, you saw something. What else? Death Note's dub is good. It's more grounded. The premise is crazy, but it feels more grounded. Voice actor sounds better than Demon Slayer. Interesting. I don't know that I have that same opinion on like English equals cringe, just because I think the people that I've met who say that they like the sub better say that because they've experienced some instance of a dub being unsuccessful in that the actors are worse, which is fair. There are really good Japanese voice actors, especially considering, because it's anime, it is an entire industry that they've built around it, and so there are voice actors who are super popular and super into the business. Like, they've been around for a while, so they know what they're doing. They are professional, so they know how to make that and execute it well. But then I get other people who don't like sub because the mouth doesn't match up sometimes, and I'm like, so what? Like, what? I get it. If I had all the money and time in the world, I would go back and dub over that differently, or animate it so that the mouth matched up more, and it would be a little bit better. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes if it's just dialogue with the mouths, they'll go back in and they'll redub it, or they'll reanimate certain parts. But to me, that's not nearly as important as the deliverables of the story. Now, some people get, they can't suspend their disbelief. If a mouth doesn't sync up, it's the end of the world. Sure. But like, having watched, I actually had a class in college where I watched film noir, even silent films, and actually had a Japanese movie class. And so in silent film or in film noir, there are just like artifacts where the mouths just won't sync up, or the sound quality wasn't so perfect that it always lined up. And then in the Japanese movie class, it was all sub, so I kind of had to get over that. So that's not a reason for me not to like it. I think as long as you can hear what's being said, that's more important than how it's said, personally. And there are instances of bad acting, I will admit. Sometimes the dub is not great. But for the most part, the English stuff that I've seen is pretty solid. And now I watch more mainstream stuff. I'm sure like what's the one? Banana Fish. I know that the Banana Fish got a huge backlash because Amazon just like AI dubbed over it in English, because people have been begging for an English dub for the longest time. And that is one where I agree that should have been given the proper care with English dubbing. Because I did go back and I did watch the AI, and I haven't actually watched Banana Fish, but I watched a clip of the AI, and it is awful. It is, oh my god, so bad. And so somebody just on their own time as a voice actor went back over it and just acted it as a normal person, and it sounded so much better, like immediately better. And it's like, it couldn't possibly cost that much to just hire 10 voice actors to do every single character and just dub over the whole series in like a week. Like, that couldn't possibly cost that much, but I digress. Anyway, rather than AI, you know what I mean? Like, rather than AI, I would rather have a sub, and then rather than sub, I would have a dub. That's just me. All right. Death Note's dub is good. Death Note's dub is fine. Actually, I will say, for what they're going for, it is good. I will agree. I personally don't like Death Note at all. I'll just say that. I fucking hate Death Note. The animation, specifically. I've heard that the manga is better. But it's crazy. I agree with that. I'd rather be watching the animation and having to pause every few moments. I know Japanese, so my opinion is skewed. That makes sense. You wouldn't even have to watch in sub. You could just watch just straight up. That'd be kind of cool. I tried to learn Japanese a little bit ago, but maybe I'll get back into it, because that'd be cool. I'd love to be able to know every language just so I can enjoy all the media I want to experience. It's so true. There's so many things that are like... That's another example of something where I feel like it restricts a lot of people, like foreign films. People will just immediately turn their brain off to any foreign films, and it's like, just because it's another language, you're not going to watch this beautiful piece of art that you could not experience in the Western world because you don't live that life. You couldn't have conceived of this story because you've never experienced anything similar to get you to that point of thinking. That's crazy. That's a whole different can of worms. But point stands. Crazy to turn your brain off to that specific, because again, foreign films, that's not a genre. That's just an experience. A genre within the foreign film would be a horror foreign film, or and to even call it a foreign film is like crazy blanket. That's like everything other than Western media, everything other than Hollywood, and we're just like, I can't watch that because it's not in English. Crazy. Anyway. I'm not good enough to understand what they say in anime half the time. People in anime do not speak like Japanese people. That's fair. I feel like... There was something I was watching where my friend is not Japanese, but she learned a decent amount of Japanese because she was going to be a translator there. And that didn't happen, but she has that background. And so she'll like actively correct things and just be like, they wouldn't say that. And it's really funny to just sit and watch, to be like, oh yeah, they obviously have slang stuff, but sometimes there's no equivalent to here, and so we just kind of equate the enough of a similarity to that. What was I watching? I was watching something and I was shocked that it had been translated so specifically to be slang. And now I don't remember. But I was like, that's crazy. Because that's like very specifically newer American slang. Like they said, did they say cap? It was some slang term that I was just like, that's crazy to put in an anime, because like I'm sure that vernacular exists, it's just like it wouldn't be that, you know what I mean? And also it was so topical, it was so like right when it had kind of blown up. It must have been Jujutsu Kaisen. I think it was the Jujutsu Kaisen movie. I think that's what it was. I think there was something in there where somebody said something that I was like, that's like from this year of slang on TikTok. Like, was it cap? No, cap's too old. It wasn't cap. Maybe it was like bet. No, bet's old too. But you know what I mean? It was something just quick and just like... Shit, now I'm blanking on all of the... I know all the slang. I'm up. I'm not Japanese either, let me clarify. You're good. I didn't assume. I was just like, oh, cool. The Chiakuda. Have you seen that dub? It's hysterical the way it's been dubbed. I have not seen that, but I do need to watch that. I have seen... Oh, maybe that's what it was. Somebody said, like, chopped or unk or something. Was it that? I don't remember. But I do know that that's another one that's, like, really up on the dubs. So that is really funny. I do need to watch that one. I think that would be cool. I also know that people have been doing a trend where they'll make like I've seen a lot of cosplayers actually who will do like as if they were a character in that world, and they pick the precious treasure or whatever it's called that then gets bigger and becomes a weapon. And I've seen some really cool ones like a scissor blade and such. 1 second. Sorry, I'm checking. I'm getting texts. I'm blowing up. Did I say that correctly? Gachiakuda? Gachiakuda. Gachiakuda. If I say it faster, I feel like I'm gonna say something bad. Gachiakuda. I've seen so many people say it differently where it's like Gachia... Got... What do people say? Gachitua or something? I'm still thinking of the slang term that somebody used, and I was like, that's crazy. I personally will continue praying to God, to every god that exists, that Tokyo Ghoul gets a good anime adaptation. It's one of my favorite manga, and I feel it deserves proper treatment. It's never happening. Tokyo Ghoul Season 1 was phenomenal. I don't know if that's accurate to the manga, but I do feel like it was a really well-told story. It was really good. And then I watched Tokyo Ghoul, what was it, Route A or whatever, and I was like, this is completely different. They just time skipped. They ignored stuff. They were just like, they retconned things. And I was like, what happened? And I don't know if that's like a spin-off manga or something, but it was crazy. Because like they literally left off on a cliffhanger and then didn't address it when it first started. And maybe it was like a time, like I just watched the first episode and I was like, there's no fucking way. It changed a few things in season 1, but managed to get similar ideas. I think the manga is insanely good. I actually hadn't heard anybody tell me about it. Thank you. Tokyo Ghoul 3 is actually a crazy time skip. Okay, I hate it all. Yeah, that's my opinion. And I hadn't read the manga, so I couldn't... There was no way of me knowing if that was accurate or whatever, but I did know... So, okay. Was there more to the main story that does just, finish? Like, does that all wrap up? Or is that canonical to the story where they time skip and then characters go back, like they have memories of what happened? Like, what happened? It wraps up. Okay, that's really frustrating. That sucks so hard, because the way that they left it off, they were going to start a season 2 and then they just didn't. And it's like... That's wild. Because I really like... Tokyo Ghoul was solid. It was solid. In like a Shippuden way, if you understand. Tokyo Ghoul Square Root A was a butchering of the source material. I was so sucked into Tokyo Ghoul and then that happened. Yeah. That one and Ree tried to undo what Root did and get back to the source material. Interesting. So is Ree essentially the sequel? Like, should I pick up with Ree? Because I went to Square Root A because I think that was the next one that released. No. Okay. Then I'm just not gonna go back to it. I'm just gonna not address it. Because I haven't read the manga. I would have to know the source material. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Oh, another one that completely pissed me off was Sword Art Online. I was like, what? It was such a good story, and then they just went, and I don't know if there's even a manga for it. I imagine there is. But they got to like floor 80 or whatever, and then they were like, actually, you're at floor 100 now. And it's like, cool. And then, actually, you won. And it's like, neat. actually, you have to have sex with your sister. And it's like, whoa, hold on. Let's not do that. Where did that come from? So, yeah, that was crazy. Tokyo Ghoul manga was split into season 1 and Route A. Re is the sequel manga. Got it. Okay. Tokyo Ghoul Re itself has a time skip and makes sense after a bit. Actually, so good. Okay, so if I were to watch, should I just ignore Tokyo Ghoul Route A? Or did I watch Re? I'm pretty sure I watched Route A. Nah, because that's the second half of the Tokyo Ghoul manga. Okay. It's critical information that they've screwed up. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. So they should just redo it. They should force them to redo it. But yeah, Sword Art Online was one where I was like so invested in the story. I was like, this is sick. I love the idea. It's not an amazing story, but like it was fun to watch at the very least. And then they were just like, you're in a different world now and there's zero stakes and you're just doing this for fun. And it's like, great. Glad we shat on the storyline for no reason. Same with, unfortunately, Soul Eater. I love Soul Eater, but I cannot watch the last episode. It's so bad. And I know that the manga is better, and I know that they go on to do way cooler shit. They just wrapped it up arbitrarily, and it was so bad. And also, they just made some shit up. I was like, what the? So that one needs a remake as well. I would read it. Do me a favor and look up Tokyo Ghoul art panels on Google. Sui Ishida is a master of showing emotion through art. OMG, same. Yeah, Sword Art Online. Soul Eater is so much better, and that needs a remake. Okay. What was I looking at? Tokyo Ghoul. Manga. Yo. White hair boy. He's the original Seto Gojo. What is his name? Gojo Sensei. What the fuck is his real name? I forget. He looks like Gojo actually right here. This is truly the I am the chosen among my people or whatever. I am the chosen one. Chosen one pose. They clept that. That's crazy. No, it's good. This is cool. This reminds me of oh, he's doing the finger thing. I don't know if anybody's seen. Oh man, the way that they do the I forget the name of the powers, the arms that come out of them. I forget the name of it, but the way that that's illustrated is crazy good. Holy shit. I just remember in the anime, it's just like a random CG filter between all the shapes. That's really sick. This reminds me so specifically of Tomahawk Angel. I don't know if anybody's seen that, but it wasn't. I follow the guy on Instagram. He's got a very specific style when it comes to his hatching, and it's really in depth, really good stuff. It reminds me so much of this, where it's just like hyper realistic close up. Like, holy shit. If I had seen this, I would have known exactly what he was inspired by. So cool. Nice. Very fun expressions. I feel like people felt the same way about Attack on Titan, where it was just like, oh, that's cool, somebody got it tattooed. People were talking about how good the manga was because of the expressions, and then they just couldn't quite match it with the animation. And I didn't hear anybody complain about that. I just didn't like Attack on Titan in general. That's pretty cool. Watching it progress too, their art style and their capacity for drawing, really cool. Damn. Is it Tomahawk Angel? Something. I think it's Tomahawk Angel. Let me look it up. Alright, let me catch up with Soul Eater's last episode always made me mad, lol. Yeah, it sucked with bravery. Like, could have been a good message, but if they had like sprinkled that in, it felt very much like a cop-out. They hadn't addressed that whatsoever throughout the entire thing, other than the postcard that her mom left her or whatever. That was not enough for me personally. Same with Death Note. The anime follows the manga almost perfectly all the way to the last episode. Yeah, that one's crazy too. My cousin loves the manga of Death Note, but he hates the show with a passion because he's like, this just doesn't work animated. It's internal monologues. It's not great. And the rationale behind all of it, everything that's happening, is like that he's working himself up to being this genius when in fact he is not, I think is lost in some sort of translation where that's kind of the point, is that he's an unreliable narrator because it's from the perspective of Light, but he's a fucking moron. And I can tell that doesn't get across well because all the times that I've seen people like Light Yagami is a genius and he would win in any fight in anime or whatever, and I'm like, you don't get it. You don't understand the point of the book. He literally ruins his entire chance of being the god that he's trying to be in, I want to say 2 episodes. Whenever the first time he does the press conference and he immediately narrows it down to he has to be in this tri-state area of Japan. Like, what an idiot. Anyway. Oh yeah, and then the last episode where they just very specifically they copied the ending of Cowboy Bebop, and they were just like, actually, Light is a genius and he deserves to be treated with respect, and so he should die in a very peaceful way as opposed to being shot a million times because he's an asshole. There's so many edits that change the text to make it more edgy. It's really funny. Oh yeah, I wanted to read it. I love his work. He's totally inspired by Ishida. I just know it. Like, yeah, it's based on what he shows, because he always shows illustrations and panels. I haven't read any of it, but like, so well illustrated. Just crazy hatching work. Really cool. I think Attack on Titan Season 2 did a really good job with emotions. The compositing team had makeup subdivision that went over certain shots and gave more depth to the character expression. That's dope. People think Light is smart, but he is an idiot. L had to prove the existence of God in a court of law. Light was petty for the whole show. That's so true. Yeah, I feel like L even could have handled it a little better, but it was crazy that he just wasn't like, do you have any other suspects? Because like, this is the only guy. This is the guy that we've got. It's either this guy or his dad. Like, that's it. And his dad is now dead. You know? Very funny. Attack on Titan, but for Attack on Titan though, for me personally, I think it was so overhyped that people insisted that it was amazing, and I was just like not vibing with it. And I think that's probably what killed it in my eyes. Because there's that one scene with Levi where he's skating through and he's being chased down by those assassins and he's like sliding around. that shot is awful. Like, it's so busy and you cannot decipher anything that's happening, and people lord over that like it's the best. It's like peak animation, and I'm like, I can't see what's happening. There's no way for me to track what's happening. And I know he's in the center of the screen, but then I don't, like, that scene feels like any of the video game levels as a kid where you cannot see what's coming up next and you just have to, like, last minute react to it, like Crash Bandicoot where the boulder is chasing you, or like Mario Party where there's the boulder chasing you. A lot of boulders chasing you. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle where the truck is chasing you and it's like, I can't see what's happening. Not great level design. I'm just gonna say that. If I had a critique of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, not good level design. In that one specifically. A lot of them. Anyway, I really like Attack on Titan. What did you not like? Readability? Just that specifically. There were some other things, like, same thing with Death Note, where it's like, I think they fell short on explaining how this is actually not a person that you should want to be. You should not want to be Hitler. That guy was bad. And Eren Yeager is kind of just explained as Hitler. And I don't want to say that they, like, dangerously made it seem that he was a good guy, but, like, there's no pushback from the people around him. Like, when people... You have to really analyze stuff. People overanalyze Attack on Titan to be like, this is... Well, actually, Mikasa, Arvin pushed back on him being the Führer or whatever. And it's like, did they though? I feel like you're reading too, like, Mikasa went like this, so that meant that she didn't agree. And it's like, can we get some dialogue on that? Can we get some, can we have somebody, like, hit him? I know that Arvin does eventually, but then he beats the shit out of him, whatever. But, like, there's all this speculation rather than actual happenings in the show. And I honestly forget some of the ending where I'm just like, I don't remember. There's so much stuff in my brain about Attack on Titan where I'm just like, what happened? What was supposed to happen? The time... Spoilers for anybody out there who hasn't seen it yet. I'm gonna give you like 5 seconds to turn off the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time paradox bothered me a lot because I'm somebody who really loves time travel in stuff, and I really love how they explain all that stuff, but it was just straight up a paradox. Like, there was no way for it to have happened, and they didn't explain it in any way. They were never like, this is actually the first timeline. They very expressly said, this is several timelines later, and they didn't explain how it happened the first time. And it hinged on the fact that he had traveled through time first. Like, doesn't make any sense. I didn't like that. That pissed me off. That's just me. If you've seen the Ganga for Levi versus Kenny squad, which I think you're referring to, it's pretty clean. It's the background art that makes it busy. Fair. But there was a lot of stuff in the foreground too, where he's just like obscured, and it's not... He's moving around in such a way, like... Also the color. A critique I have of Attack on Titan is that it's very neutral. The colors are very just like... Everything's tinged with like a yellow and a brown. And it's very distracting. And so there are times in that sequence where he just becomes part of the background, and it's not good. I think people want to like Eren despite the person he is. That's why I love it, actually. It messes with your expectations for a story. You want to root for Eren because he's been the main guy. See, I don't think I ever rooted for Eren, if I'm being quite honest. Like, thinking back on it, I don't think at any point I didn't think he was a whiny little bitch. Like, I was just like, brother, your mom died, but so did Arvin's parent. Like, everyone's parents died. Get over yourself, man. Don't be a dick just because your mom died. Like, it's always about him and his mom. Everyone's parents died. It sucked, dude. So many people died. Do it for them. Don't just do it for you. Like, that he couldn't get past that, immediately, I was just like, you're not a good person. And I don't think anybody else picked up on that. They were just like, yeah, he's doing it because he's angry. He's doing it because he's full of rage. And I'm like, great. Could we experience any other emotion from this guy? Could he be happy for one? Like, they could have addressed some instant where it was like, even despite all of the shit that I've been through, I can feel joy, but he's so fucking serious the whole time, and it's just like, brother, you can't do that. You have other emotions. You are not just always angry. You can't be. Anyway. Neither did I. I think the Western audience can't understand that. He was a lunatic from episode 1, if you remember, but some people want to root for him. It's really interesting. Yes, he just... Maybe that's why I couldn't get behind it, because there are instances of a protagonist being a nuisance. Like, there are instances where the protagonist is just kind of annoying. Like Naruto, for example. But Naruto has the depth necessary where they explain Naruto, the character, through other people around him. Like his initial sensei back in the Leaf Village, he's like, the reason that I take care of Naruto, because everybody else is like, why the fuck are you still paying attention to this kid? Why are you doing this? And then the guy just is like, his parents are fucking dead, and he has the soul of a demon trapped inside of him, and he doesn't even know it. Sometimes he gets mad, and he doesn't know why, and it's because that demon is going to kill him from the inside out. And that they even went through that. Like, some other person felt empathy for this kid. That helped so much. And I don't think Eren had that instance in the show, where it was like, somebody else explaining why this kid in particular is the way he is. It would help a lot if Eren had any other personality trait. He was a little shit. Even as a child, he was a piece of shit. Like, he would just throw sticks at people. Like, bad kid, bad person, whatever. Eren has depth, tons of it. It's just harder to process as an audience because we're learning about the world alongside him. I don't truly realize how freaking nuts he was before season 4. I don't know, I picked up on that right away, and I was just like, he doesn't seem... like, okay. I think the scene that cemented me not liking him was when he's doing the gear. He's trying to do his harness gear, and he can't get it right. And he's really trying to nail it. And Mikasa nails it right away. Or Misaka? What's her name? I keep saying the wrong one. Misaka? Mikasa. His girlfriend, but his sister. Whatever. That's weird too. Anyway. And she nails it. And then Eren is like angry at her. He's pissed off that she got it. Because she's a girl. Like, not because she's a girl, but like that's how it's read. Is like, she can't have gotten it. She's a girl. But the whole time she's been kicking everybody else's ass to protect him. And it's just like, why? Why do you want to be around this guy? He sucks so hard. It's like, the way that they portray Eren Yeager is that he is an incel who has the woman of his dreams and he still can't get her. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Why does she... like, it is an unrealistic standard. You cannot just have a woman who does that for you and not hate you. Like, I don't know. It's just this weird, like... And then it all comes back to that. It's all, I don't want her to be away. I want her to be with me. Oh my god. It's always, like, in it being that from day one till the very end, like, that being the crux of the final episode, that to me is like, he's only been thinking of this the whole time. He doesn't give a shit about anything else. He doesn't give a shit about anybody but himself. That shit sucks. I hate this guy. This guy sucks. Anyway. Yeah, he's unstable. But if you want to root for him, it's not too hard to rationalize it such that he has... right, most people watching the show want to root for him, and he is in a shitty situation. I understand that. I understand it's a shitty situation, but, like, me personally, as a human being, I understand that there are shitty situations out there. But I feel that, me personally, I'm going to do my best, regardless of whatever that situation is, to see the brighter picture, or the bigger picture, the brighter side. Personally, I never want whatever I'm going through to impact somebody else because it doesn't affect them. It shouldn't, right? And Eren Yeager is the antithesis of that thought. He is a Karen. Eren Yeager is a Karen. He makes every one of his problems everybody else's fucking problem, and it sucks. I hate that. That's the worst way to live. I cannot root for that. That guy sucks. Fuck him. Anyway. just so whiny and selfish and bad. And I put up with him for 4 seasons, and I've watched every single episode so I can prove everybody wrong that he sucks. Ugh. And it's fine if you liked it, even though you recognize that Eren Yeager sucks. That's fine. In that being the crux, in it being the point that you're rooting for this guy that sucks, you lost me. Because if there was some, like, rug pull of the audience of, like, actually, this guy sucks. Yeah, I knew that. Yes, I've been seeing whatever you were trying to tell me from the beginning. You weren't subtle. It wasn't a secret. He sucks. I don't know. I haven't drawn in, like, half an hour. Alright. You catch up to everything that I said. We'll redress, and then I think I'm gonna get off. I've been here for so long, and I haven't drawn in a while, and I need to eat. I think the ending was the way it was in order to show your audience that, yes, he is an incel. You're the exception to the rule. Okay. Thank you. I don't know. I was just like... And maybe it's because I've met people like that, where it's just like... I knew the person that the show was pitching him to. I knew the person that Eren Yeager was made to be for. Right? Just this kid that's angry at the world. And I wish, because that is such a large audience, there are so many young men who are just so angry for no reason, not no reason, but, you know, they're angry for the wrong reasons. They're angry at the wrong people for the wrong reasons. And so for me, having watched Attack on Titan and recognizing that that's what they were going for, it feels really shitty for the full thing to come back to Eren is an irredeemable piece of shit who will always make the wrong choice. It's such a not feel good, not that it needs to be a feel good story, but it's so demotivating to me, because at the very last second they could have made it so that Eren Yeager, of all people, decided that it is entirely possible to get over yourself and be a good person for somebody else. In this world where we have so many young men who do that, who just think that that's the way to be, right? Who think that they deserve something, who think that they are entitled to being angry all the time, regardless of who it affects. And the entire culmination of all of Attack on Titan comes to the conclusion that Eren was right, and that is bad. That convinced an entire generation of young men that they are justified in being a piece of shit, and I hate that. That sucks. Because they didn't take away, they don't have the media literacy to go, actually, I shouldn't do that. No, they doubled down. They went, Eren Yeager did it, I should be that way. No, bad, wrong, They didn't recognize that in cementing that character as a way to be, that in it being something that people dedicated so much time and effort to, everyone else saw that. That these young men would then be validity, there would be validity to their reasoning in that, this character did it, why shouldn't I? You know, there are so many people, me included, who do that with characters. Goku, for example. I love Goku. A lot of people don't like Goku, but I love Goku because he has one goal in life, and it's to fight. And he will be as nice as possible during said fight, as long as you are a good person. Like, that's all he cares about. He's like, you're strong, let's fight. And have a good time doing it. It's his love language. Fighting is his love language. So if he has a fight with you, it means he cares about you, right? So that's why I love Goku. I fucking hate Eren Yeager. Anyway. I don't think it says he's right. I think it's a cynical story about how saying that way never works. But, see, I got the opposite message in that him saying everything is inevitable, it's always going to end this way, is the doomer mentality of those types of people. Like, they're already there. They don't need to hear that again. That's what they think already. Based on what I've observed. Right? Like, there are so many young men who are just like, what's the point? And it's like, I don't know. Maybe if Eren had made the right choice and seen, oh, shit, maybe I can turn things around. Maybe I can travel back to myself and not do that thing. Maybe I can make it so that I never even kick off this whole thing. Maybe we just coexist. Like, it just is a story about, like, racism and hate and bad stuff. And it's like, sure, the ending is vague enough that you were able to get that message and I was able to get my message. So to me, that's not a successful ending, right? I thought that him justifying it to himself, as someone watching it feels like him coping, not him being correct. That's fair. But, like, again, to me, that only works if the person watching recognizes that Eren is a flawed narrator, an unreliable narrator. In that he's a bad person and you shouldn't listen to him. But you have to recognize that first before you realize, oh, this is actually bad. But because he's the protagonist and so many people have not experienced the unreliable narrator before, they don't know that it's possible to hear a story from somebody and go, that's bad, that sucks, you know? I'm not gonna go back and watch it. I can't rewatch that shit. Maybe I'll read the manga, but, like, I cannot put myself through that. I don't think Isayama realized the entire audience would think Eren is a Sigma male Giga Chad. And that, I guess that's my point, is, like, you have to have more awareness. It almost feels like, now that you've said that, now that I'm looking back at it, the whole experience, the spectacle of, like, oh, I gotta tune in and watch the newest episode, waiting for the season 4 part 3 ending big mode, whatever. Everybody hyping that up. I feel like the creator just liked that he had an audience. I don't think he really thought about who that person was. I don't think he thought about who the audience was. Like, me personally, if I made something and everybody's like, yeah, this guy rules, I think I'd stop making it. I think I would go, that's not the point. Like, and not just that somebody said that the majority of the fan base was immediately rooting for him. That to me is a problem. Like, I would hope to God that people had more nuance at the beginning of the story where they're like, man, this situation sucks. Hopefully this kid pulls through, and then season 2 you're like, wow, he's doubling down. That's not good. Wow, season 3, holy shit, this guy's losing it. Season 4, that's quite literally just Hitler, but worse. You know? The story was so wonderfully crafted from day one. Think about how he wrote it. Everything that was thought out from the beginning. I have trouble believing that Isayama didn't deliver the message. That's why the ending was the way it was. He realized people were being dumb, so he felt he needed to clarify. I don't know. I think that is certainly a way to understand it, but I understood it in a different way, and I understand that, again, there's a third way to interpret it, in that Eren is correct regardless of what happened. and that ending can be perceived in that way, to me, means it is a failure. Just my 2 cents. I didn't like it. Same way I didn't like Death Note. Just, there should be more, and I think that's why maybe most people prefer the manga of Death Note, in that the way that it ends in the manga, it is vindicating to the viewer who hates Light, where you go, thank God. Ryuk is the real hero here. Ryuk killed this fucker. Thank God. You know, it's like The Boys, people idolize Homelander for similar reasons to Eren. Yes, I think that's a really good point. I actually haven't watched The Boys, but I do know that there is a similar sensation where people really love Homelander, but they don't recognize that he's the bad guy. Still, to this day, even though the writer very specifically has ramped up how crazy and, like, unlikable that guy is, like, just completely adding on to it. They're just like, yep, nope, he's just bad, just horrible person. He doesn't file his taxes, kills innocent people, also into weird sex stuff. Like, every aspect of that guy is aimed at you understanding that he is bad and you shouldn't like him, and still people like him. And it's like, are you being contrarian or are you dumb? Do you not get it, or do you just want to not get it, you know? And I just feel like for Eren Yeager, it's that people didn't know not to like him, because, again, I think it's aimed at a young male audience, and those young male audiences haven't experienced anything where they should know to look for a protagonist who is not a good person, right? They just haven't seen instances of that where it's outright explained. Like, trying to think of an instance of a good bad protagonist, like Taxi, where the main guy is fucking insane and you should not like this guy, but it's good in seeing that. Joker, where obviously the Joker, not a good guy, but from that perspective, he is almost humanized. You can see from his point of view and you can feel bad for him. However, you also have to recognize, I think Joker's a really good example, because in seeing his humanity, in recognizing that yes, he's been through some shit, on the flip side of that, you have to recognize that his reaction is completely unsubstantiated. You cannot go from yes, you were treated poorly to then taking it out on people who had nothing to do with it, right? And that's what Aaron did. But it's not explained in a way that makes it more succinct. I think Joker did a better job of like, this guy sucks. He's been through some shit, which explains why he sucks. But he did some bad stuff and you shouldn't like him. I don't know what they did with the second movie. I didn't see that. But I disagree about... Okay, hold on. The most recent season of The Boys reminds me of the ending of Attack on Titan with the author's intent. This guy is a bad person. I disagree about Joker. People idolize him. I understand... Well, okay. The character of the Joker, people do idolize. But in that movie, I don't know that people liked him at the end. Well, I take that back. I have a very specific person in mind where they did feel bad for the Joker the whole time, and they were like, yeah, good. And it's like, no, that's not the point. Anyway, similar to Aaron, similar to Homelander. I like the movie, but it has similar problems to Aaron. I'm trying to think how it ends. I remember he kills the guy. Okay. I think the Joker did a better job of explaining the idea of the unreliable narrator, in that he had that full hallucination of the woman in his apartment complex, and that she loved him, even though she didn't know who the fuck he was. And so by the end of that, they hint at it at the very least, where it's just like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Whereas I don't think that's ever in Attack on Titan. I don't think there's any instance where it's like, this guy might not know what he's talking about. But with Joker, it's very specifically like, oh, he was off his medication. That is bad, and he did some bad shit. Oh, it ends with him in jail, doesn't it? I think it ends with him in jail. I don't remember. I don't want to go back and watch it. Anyway. I feel like the people who idolize the Joker would have idolized him regardless, based on his iterations within comics. Like, because the Joker is an entertaining character, but people recognize him as a villain. For the most part. I know that there's the whole, like, the internet trend of, like, I'm the Jonkler, you couldn't comprehend my dark and twisted mind, or whatever. But yeah. Had a lot of fun hanging out. Time to roll out. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm probably gonna head out here too. Peace. You have a good one as well. Thank you for being here. Sorry I haven't been drawing. We got into a thing, and I'm glad that we did, because this is fun. This is a good analysis. I like talking this shit. Anyway. Any final thoughts? I'm probably gonna wrap up. That's my bad, I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good. Don't apologize. I wouldn't have talked to you if I felt like I needed to focus on this. I needed a break. And now I'm gonna eat. Are there any other thoughts that we needed to address? Because please, tell me why Joker is not... Because to me, that's a better, more successful example of what they were trying to do with Aaron. But that's me. Not that it's a perfect example. There are other examples. See above. Whoa, you missed what I said. Wait. I disagree about Joker. I saw that. Similar to Aaron, similar to Homelander. I like that movie, but it has similar problems. I just believe that they did that better, and that Joker as a character, not from that movie, but like from the comics, people like, which is a different experience than Aaron. Like, I don't think people like that movie. The people who like Joker didn't like that movie because they were like, well, this paints him in a bad light. And it's like, yes. Know the next message. I didn't get another message. I didn't see one in the chat. What else did you say? I'll send it again. Okay. It justifies turbo incel demographic who... Yeah, that didn't show up. Sorry. It justifies the turbo incel demographic who think that the world is out to get them. Oh, interesting. Maybe it's blocking incel in my chat. That's interesting. Huh. I think the world is out to get them. Doesn't offer any logic in terms of becoming a good person. No, you're good. I don't know that I blocked that, though. That must be a... That's so strange. Justifies turbo incel demographic who think that the world is out to get them. Doesn't offer any logic in terms of becoming a good person. That's fair. That's a fair assessment in that, like, there's no... You know what? Something else that's fair is that it kind of portrays mental illness as like a, this is the alternative. And that's, I think, most people's critique of it is like, you become the Joker if you're mentally ill and it goes unchecked. Whereas when I was watching it, I saw it as a failure of social services because they very explicitly are like, well, you can't afford insurance, so you're going to be kicked off of your medication and you're not going to be able to see your therapist. But I feel like it wasn't... There was no redress of that later on where that could have saved him. But also, we know how the Joker turns out. Like, he does survive. He does go on to torment the Batman. You know what I mean? So, that's why you missed my message. Oh, that's funny that you snuck it in there. Interesting. That's really funny. I don't think I said that. I think that's YouTube. Anyway, when I saw the Joker, I thought, wow, this wouldn't have happened if they kept giving him the social services necessary to not become a problem. Because there are social safety nets in place that would take care of people who do need extra help. That's fine. Wait, here's what I said. Okay. Turbo. Oh, see, that one didn't show up though. He's a turbo incel, no doubt. I'm getting it on my video chat, not on my chat window. This is interesting. Anyway, turbo incel, no doubt. My analysis is that he was never given proper guidance. One of his most prominent advisors was Irwin, who was also a lunatic, but people aren't ready for that. Interesting take. I have not heard that. That's interesting, and I guess the argument being that Irwin was kind of allowing as much as it happened to happen to his own end as well. Like, he also wanted revenge for his mom or whatever. That's a really fun take. I like that. I think we agree a lot more than we disagree on our thoughts on Attack on Titan. That you like it is great. That you like that for that way and you recognize that, rather than... Because it would be worse if you liked it because you like Eren, you know what I mean? And I think that's why some people like it. And then they have the same thought that I have about Soul Eater, where it's like, I just didn't like the last episode. I just don't watch the last episode. And it's like, there were other signs of him being crazy leading up to that last episode. You shouldn't not like the last episode. You should recognize that he's bad throughout and that it's not a good story for that reason. But that's just me. That's really funny. Irwin and the lunatic. I believe it. So is Misaka. Mikasa. No. Who am I thinking? Hisoka? Hisoka is from Hunter x Hunter. Mikasa? Hisoka. Mikasa. Misaka. There it is. Got it. I know that they're opposite. Whatever the one is, it's the other one. Yes, bro. I love your logic. Thank you for having a brain. Mikasa is also nuts. Yeah, nobody's really a hero in that show, and I guess that is kind of the point. That's fair. I will say the one thing that I did like, I think I kind of liked. Now that I'm thinking back, I like the nuance necessary to like, was it Bartold and the blonde guy and Annie and the tall, the gaunt, the Titan, the big one. Thinking back on it, I do like that their story is the nuance of what is okay in terms of like sacrificing for the greater good. But I don't think that the entire show has the whole nuance of what goes on with that. Like, especially considering they could have just killed Eren and ended it without having to kill all of those people. I don't know. Gabby is overhated for the same reason. She's literally season 1 Eren if you think about how she's portrayed. Wait, which one's Gabby? Oh, the little girl. Yes. I forgot about that. No, yeah. That I picked up on that, where it was very specifically like she had the motivation and she was just Eren on the other side. And I think that's where I'm vindicated in my thought that, well, you're also vindicated in that you understand, but I think that is the full vindication of knowing that the fan base just doesn't understand. They just don't get it. Because if they did, they would like her as much as they like Eren. But it's just a matter of Eren doesn't like her, so she's bad. And it's like, she is Eren. You should like her based on what the things you are. I don't know. It feels like people fell for propaganda and you have to like try and convince them otherwise. And it's crazy that it's in a fictional world that you have to be like, this guy sucks. Anyway, that's really funny. I know the story is about the cycle of violence. People hate Gabby because she shot Sasha. Fair enough. Yes, hurt people. I get it. It is a cycle of violence. Yes. Yes, and people don't get it. Now, go eat. You said you were going to eat like half an hour ago. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm going to wrap up. I don't know why I put this back on. Okay, I'm glad we were able to come to that conclusion. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your talking with me. I'm glad that we broke all that down. I want to meet your dad. I want to talk about that shit. It's so fascinating to me. I have other people that I could talk to about it, because I do want to rationalize with them about their animation takes. But anyway, we'll do that some other time. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hopefully you learned something. If you didn't, maybe learn something next time. Stop by. Bye!